he from Germany as well?
He's from Germany, yeah. I don't know where you're from. Probably alternate.
Guys, Wolfgang here. I'm here in Dallas at TCH, but on April 20th and 21st, I'm heading all the way down to Houston. That's right, they just opened up a new card room there, and I'm gonna come out to meet a bunch of you guys. The 20th is gonna be a live stream on their YouTube channel, TCH Live, and that's gonna be at 5:10. You guys are gonna wanna watch that. On the 21st, I'm hosting a meetup game from 7 p.m. to midnight. Anyone can make the vlog, and who knows, I might put a bang sticker on you if I'm lucky, not you. I'll see you guys there.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to TCH Live. Welcome to High Stakes Tuesday. My name is Derek. I'm joined by Danny Marks from our Wednesday and occasionally our Tuesday streams. How you doing today, Danny?
Great. So excited to be here. Thanks for having me, Derek.
Yeah, this is kind of a long time coming. I mean, we've talked to each other and like, man, we need to get on the commentating booth sometime. And we finally got you here tonight. It's gonna be a great game. Looks like.
Yeah, we got some of the best players here in Dallas. I'm excited to watch them on this side of the table and maybe pick up a thing or two.
You don't sound very confident.
We'll get right into the action here. Start off with a
It's actually not that good.
kilo flip as usual.
Now it's really good.
Right off the bat here, I think someone has tripped queens.
Baby flush. I got a full house.
Full hands.
And the nut flush.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm super excited to watch some of these players. You know, we've got some of the best players here in Dallas.
Yeah,
I'm not too familiar with seat 7.
And seat 7 might be our new player that Mallory messaged me about. Yeah, Ari, he's from Chicago, works in trading, likes to travel, has played with Wolfgang and Mr. Delivery, and he flew into town to play this. He might play tomorrow too, so really excited to see how he plays.
Awesome. And then I heard a rumor that Kenny is a movie star.
Seat 3. Really?
Yeah, I heard he used to be in Westerns. So I'm not too familiar with him or with Ari, but everybody else I'm very familiar with. Some of the best players around Dallas, some very successful people outside of poker as well. So I'm excited to see what they show for us tonight.
And that's what we like to showcase on our stream, not just professional poker players, but people that, you know, are successful in other parts of their in their life and just like to play cards for, you know, for fun.
Absolutely.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, and I'm getting a message from Mallory here. Said Kenny, yeah, in seat 3 played in the series 1883 with Tim McGraw and is currently shooting another movie. So wow, pretty cool.
All right, well, let's see if he can show these Texas boys what's up.
And look at this, Ace King suited for Kenny.
You played on stream?
No.
I thought it was like. I thought it would be like.
And I think Mr. Delivery and Wolfgang are running a little bit late, so those will be the last 2 players joining our lineup here tonight.
You sure?
And I'm sure some of our players saw that Wolfgang Poker will be hosting a meetup game in Houston, which is pretty cool.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, it's amazing what Wolfgang is doing with his YouTube channel, and all the content creators are really helping poker with this new upcoming boom. So it's been really nice to see his success.
The pandemic really brought a lot of new bloggers to the field, right? I mean, we saw Next Gen Poker pop on the scene, Wolfgang, Pokerface Ash, you know. And right off the bat here, JD's going to flop the nuts.
Wow, nice life, JD. Yeah, so it says he's under the gun, but I'm assuming he's the straddle?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's a standard defend by him, and Kenny could probably go either way on this flop. It does hit JD's defending range quite a bit, so I don't mind just checking back. When he does get check raised, he doesn't have any spades, but he does have the backdoor diamond, so I don't mind to continue. And then a pretty standard check fold on the turn.
Yeah, all the lines seem pretty standard there. And a nice pot there for JD. Ari, our newcomer on the stream, already up 1,500 from that flip.
We always let the out-of-town guys win the first flip. I think it's a rule. We usually let them win on their first appearance, too, so let's see how he does.
I was just about to say, like, I mean, so you've noticed this, too. The first-time run good on stream is a real thing. I swear, every time we've had a new player, out-of-towner, first time playing on our last stream, they just run like fire and just destroy the table.
Well, let's see if Dallas can beat Chicago. We actually stole some Chicagoans, and now they live in Dallas, so we'll see if Steven can show them what's up.
So based on the players you've seen so far, who are you most excited to see play on today's stream?
Honestly, several of them. These are, like I said before, some of the best high-stakes players. 2 that stick out to me, Dong. He's a very aggressive, unorthodox player, but at the same time very intelligent, very strong post-flop player. And then the other is probably Steven, who plays very high-level GTO
Bouncing
poker.
around.
Right.
And it'll be
So I
nice
got
to
the
kind of
paper bag,
analyze his
actually.
play and try to figure out what
Turbo
he's
bag.
doing.
Traveled around the country.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm probably the same too. For me, I'm really interested to see Wolfgang. You know, I mean, I know he doesn't typically play these stakes, so I'm interested to see how he adjusts with these different stack depths, especially with players like Dong who like to buy in very, very deep.
Yeah, that's actually another really good point. Wolfgang, while a very good player, probably doesn't have quite as much experience as some of these other guys. So him playing a game that might not be very comfortable for him, we'll see how he adjusts and if he's able to make the moves that he feels are correct.
I got this buddy named Danny. He was living in a van for a little while, and then he went on downswing and started living in a car. You know.
We hear you, JD.
Yeah.
Just immediately knows.
He's got an apartment. You know?
Straight for the throat.
There's hope for you still, buddy. Yeah.
Well, I know who I don't want to win today. No, I'm just kidding. They're talking about me living in a van, which was an amazing experience. Got to play a lot of poker for a year. Highly recommend it to anybody interested in van life.
Hey, you saved a lot of money for a year here. I mean, if anything, that can help contribute to some of your success in the past 2 years, right?
That was kind of the year that I really moved up in stakes, so it definitely made a big difference. But we got a pretty interesting hand here. Yacht Club with a pretty standard open with Ace King, and Kyle choosing to 3-bet the button with the suited ace. I really like that play. But Yacht Club, obviously towards the top of his range, is going to come back and 4-bet most of the time here.
Nice in there for Yacht Club. Let's see if we can give a few shout-outs here in the chat for our early viewers. Rena, Alvin teaches poker. What's up, Alvin?
Yeah, Alvin's another really, really strong player from Chicago, so he might be checking in on Ari.
Ari, yeah.
He's actually a poker coach as well, so I always appreciate his advice.
Yeah, anytime I see him in chat, I always, yeah, like you said, I'm always like intrigued to see what his thoughts are on a certain play or a certain hand, and a lot of times it gives me, you know, it makes me, you know, analyze things in a different way when I see his analysis.
Yeah, he has a lot of experience with solvers, so it's really nice to kind of get a by-the-book play for him. One of the cool things about watching is you get a kind of a bias on how people are playing, and you announce based on being able to see the cards. But it's a lot harder when you cannot see the cards when you're at the table.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh.
Wow, what a flop there for Moneymaker.
Tough flop.
Looks like it will check all the way around here. Ari with the mystery card.
I'm sorry.
Moneymaker still with the nuts here.
Yeah, I think you can go either way between leading out here or going for another check with the intention of check raising. The problem with top set specifically is you block top pairs. So I like going for more aggressive plays with some of the lower sets, but in this spot, he is out of position, needs to put some money into the pot with such a strong hand.
So if Ari's showing a king here, there's no way Moneymaker's losing this pot here.
Yeah, he could be floating with a lot of overcards, ace-king type hands. Let's see, who was the pre-flop raiser? Yep, Ari was the pre-flop raiser. He could have hands like king, queen,
yeah, backdoor
king,
hearts.
jack.
Okay, if he makes the call here, maybe he has river to pair. King 10 of hearts, maybe. I'm inclined to think he had some kind of pair here if he's calling the river bet.
Definitely possible. There's a chance he would have had kings, but I don't expect him to not see bet that board too often. Although he can sometimes check for deception. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. King 7.
Okay.
All the flush draws missed. Some of the straight draws missed. Actually, 10-8 did get there, but still, I don't mind the call there at all with all the flush draws missing.
You get a lot of followers.
Nice hand there for Moneymaker.
I feel like van life content is very.
I think she has like 1,000 followers or something like that. Like nothing too crazy.
You gotta get a dog. If you have a van and you live in the van with a dog.
Appreciate everyone tuning in this Tuesday evening. We're streaming our high stakes Tuesday action, quarter 50. Y'all are listening to the voices of Derek and Danny Marks. Y'all might be familiar with him from our Wednesday streams.
Three like living creatures in a van is a lot for a year.
So it sounds like Ari actually might be a van lifer, which would be pretty cool. I'll definitely have to talk with him after the stream. Now, is the chat able to hear as well as we
Now
are?
it's probably more of like a weekend.
It depends on multiple things. If they're watching their TV, probably not. If they're watching with their headphones, they can definitely hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
like camped some, and then like got some Airbnbs and stuff.
No,
Too,
like the
still.
truck camper.
no, it's just like we just did like outdoor camping. Like we just had everything.
So
in
I
the bed,
heard
trucks,
the
we had, like,
cruise just
like a nice
finished,
tent
the
and stuff,
Texas
you know?
Card House
Nice.
cruise.
So some outdoor camping.
Derek,
some,
you were on that. Did
no,
you
no,
have a
like
good time?
no,
Do you
I
recommend
built
it
it,
for
yeah.
everybody next time they do it?
Yeah, I had a blast, honestly,
Yeah,
and
I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like we do it
did
again.
hotels
It's only
for a
gonna get
little
better
bit.
because like we're gonna
it's
take
hard
all
to
of
do
our
it straight.
things that we learned, you know,
Like, we
maybe
took
that we
some
don't want to
breaks,
do, or things that we do want to keep. You know, we'll definitely make a lot of improvements for the next cruise.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was 1 week, and for me, I had to be on vacation probably what 4 years, so it was a nice break from work.
I would
Yeah,
tell you 'cause
definitely
I
could use a
didn't think it was
vacation
gonna
in
be my
life.
dude. Fuck, man.
You just said Chris. That's what I
All right, looks like Steven's getting in.
Wolfgang
Yeah,
here,
there
dude.
it is.
The Chicago cruise here, dude.
Man, okay, I haven't met Wolfgang.
Right next to a familiar face too, Ari. I guess both of them have played before in Chicago, so.
But yeah, I can sell it to you right now.
Yeah. I'll just stack or something.
That's all you have?
It's such a sick game when, you know, if you're Moneymaker or, I mean, any of the 10K stack, you double up, say even triple up. I mean, even quadruple up, then you have another player still covering you. It's such a scary feeling, right? You're like, wow, I 4x my buy-in, but I could lose it all in one hand.
And the funny thing is, Don will just, even if he gets covered, he'll recover you in a heartbeat. So.
Very much
He
like
wants to
Garrett
have
now.
fun.
I thought you cashed in junior, but I think you're cashing senior.
Yeah, Don knows how to put on a lot of pressure, a lot of big overbets. Very dangerous player to play against. He definitely expects people to be scared money, and they usually are, and so his strategy really preys on that.
Flirt with one cashier at the grocery
And he really likes to play multiple hands, I've noticed. At least 2 times I've seen him on stream. If he's in position, he'll play a lot of hands.
Yep, and it's okay if you can play him really well, which he does. He doesn't just spew money. He knows how to play his position. He knows how to be aggressive and win in position. And he has a very strong live presence. He has good live reads. And all that together allows him to put together a successful strategy, playing a lot more hands.
So it looks like Ari is squeezing from the straddle with the pocket sevens. And JD not electing to 4-bet here. He will call and play in position against Ari.
Yeah, you can go either way between 4-betting or flatting there. One of the reasons why I would prefer a 4-bet there is with other players still left to act. So I'd want to guarantee it down to heads up. But that being said, it wasn't very large squeeze, so I don't mind the flat as well.
I never want to hand it. Let's get him. Let's get him.
A bet from Ari and a call from JD here.
Yeah, I think on this board he expects Ari to see bet his entire range, so JD having ace king high cannot fold quite yet.
Yeah, a lot of hands that he could still possibly be ahead of too, right? Ace
Absolutely,
queen, king
yeah.
queen.
Give me blues.
He does spike the best top pair here.
Yeah, and at this point JD knows he's got the best hand, and let's see how he tries to extract more value.
And this is almost this is a very interesting spot though, right? Because Ari is probably expecting JD to be 4-betting a lot of hands that contain in that ace, or maybe not, just because of the sizing.
And that's the other thing. So the turn is actually better for Ari's range. So Ari's going to be c-betting a lot of ace king, ace queens there, and JD is going to be the one flatting with hands like, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. So I actually like this double barrel here by Ari, as this hits his range more than JD. It just so happens that they have the opposite hands that each other are representing in their range.
Yeah, hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, even hands like maybe king jack. Kind of put it in a tough spot here.
So I think Ari's trying to get him off of hands like 8s through queens or whatever. It just so happens JD's at the top of his range.
I can't see, but I'm guessing there's money on the floor. Yeah.
Probably one of those spots where JD might just call here and let Ari continue with his bluffs. And say, you know, he did cooler Ari with a hand like ace queen. Probably the money's getting on the river anyways.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting spot here, whether or not you want to just go all in to protect from the flush draws. I prefer a call here to keep Ari's range wide. You have position, you have another possibility to get money in on the river. You're going to have a less than 1 stack to pot ratio. The only issue is on cards like this. It might be a little hard to get value, but I prefer a call.
Now at this point here, Ari probably knows his 7s are no good here.
Yeah, the thing is, either way, he's giving up with hands like this. So even if JD did decide to raise,
It's like 5. Yeah.
goes with the full treble barrel. 7 specifically does block the nut straight, which I don't expect him to have too much of here because it's 7-4.
7-4, yeah.
Also has a spade in his hand, but he does decide to continue with the aggression. And nice play for JD.
Yeah, a lot of players might be tempted, right, on that turn to re-jam, or not to re-jam, to jam the turn after Ari's bet to protect against those draws, but you know, it's plays like that, right, that get you another $5,000, right, because you know if he jams, Ari's folding, for sure.
Absolutely. I definitely like the call in position there. You know, even if he checks you on the river, you still have another opportunity to bet and get money in the pot. And with so little left behind, you're not really worried about that.
Just barely 15 minutes into our stream, and Ari already down 10K, JD up 11K.
It is really nice, though, to see that Ari is very capable of aggressive plays. He's clearly not afraid of the money. So it's going to be fun to watch him play tonight and get after it. Let's see if he can come back after that tough hand. Good morning, Matthew Myers. What time is it where you're at? It's evening over here in Dallas.
I'm gonna guess the somewhere in the Europe, maybe UK.
I'm gonna guess he just got out of bed really late. But we'll see.
Yeah, just poker player time.
Yeah. So tell us, Chad, where are you all watching from? Really excited to be here. Little nervous, little new to this, but very excited.
I know a lot of our viewers in the chat love to watch you play on Wednesdays, so I'm sure they're gonna be very excited to hear from you. Quite the flop here for Dong, and you know, a little bit scary here with the ace out there for the queens. Club will continue with a continuation bet here.
That's yours?
Really? No, and that's something. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, interesting to see Don try to take the lead right away in position here. He can definitely go either way. I think he's going to put Yacht Club on a lot of pairs, similar to the one he has with him squeezing, a lot of ace-x hands. So he can either call in position and try to see the board develop a little bit, or just try to take it down right now and push out equity such as hands like queens.
And look at that. Taking it down with the worst hand there, getting the better hand to fold.
That's why he's so dangerous to play against.
Yeah, what I was about to say is, you know, anytime I've dealt to him on the floor, I always notice he's always looking at the front. You know, he's either trying to get a read or, you know, watching every movement. And I can only imagine playing against a player like that that's just staring you down, watching your every move.
Yeah, and that's going back to table presence. You'll notice a lot of the top players out there have a really strong table presence. They're not on their phones, they're focused, they're chatting with the table and staying very involved. And that really helps when it comes down to making tough, close decisions.
Jeez. Fighting words, man. You guys need to be nicer.
Devin in the chat says, yeah, is Mr. Delivery playing? Yes, he just sat down in the 8 seat, and where's Wolfgang? He's also running a little bit late. I think, you know, a few of the players ran into some Dallas traffic, rush hour traffic, and Wolfgang will be in the 9 seat.
That's why I live in the parking lot.
Give it to German George. Worthless George.
Well, you and I both look pretty close, right? I mean, you're very close.
Yeah, I'm just down the street.
I'm about 15 minutes away down the highway. I live in Louisville.
Maybe if we give him the hat, maybe we'll do one of the prop
let's
bets.
fire this game up. Let's fire.
Already going after it here, man. Look at this. Oh my God, Delivery hit aces.
Oh my gosh, he's away from the table.
Oh no. And I mean, just based on what I'm seeing right here, I mean, I can only imagine Ari has ace queen of clubs at worst.
So do we think this is a card reader issue for him because of the second time is, or maybe because he's new to the stream?
I think he's new to the stream. So it messes up if you try to scan them one at a time. You got to do them both at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm sure at some point Tyler will tell Jessica to tell Ari.
Sounds good.
Wow. I mean, I think Delivery had aces there.
It went by pretty quick. I didn't see it, but yeah, that's I've done that one being away from the table. It's all random though, and Steven knows that as well.
Yeah.
So.
Be like, no, he gave me permission. Use this trademark, no? Jeez.
Doesn't make it feel any better when you see
That's
it.
American, that's how it works.
What did Chris do?
About 150 of y'all here early here in the chat with us. Thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Yeah, and this is 25, 25, 50, but with players like Don at the table, I would be surprised to see a straddle come on pretty soon here, and this game could get out of control.
From the source.
Yeah, Dong just loves seeing JD double up. He's like, oh, I can play a bigger pot against him now.
This week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, JD's all happy. Yeah, he's at
Then we got the real money
a little bit of a run back so far in 2023, so
I don't think they've
nice
ever
to
been
see
cited
him
in the same
win a
room,
pot
right?
early.
Yeah.
All smiles from JD.
Start some stream drama. Like, we got the real money makers.
I asked him if he wants to play with us, not coming to that some point.
Yeah, the real one.
I love the raise by Kyle there. He knows he's going to have the best hand very often, but at the same time, he's not really excited to see any turn cards. So a raise there accomplishes protection of equity and a little bit of clarity moving forward. You can kind of give up or continue barreling as a bluff, and it really opens up his options, but just trying to take down the pot right there is the optimal result.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually, right? Because if he just calls there, there's like a 100% chance Dong is barreling any king, ace, any kind of scare card, right? To get Kyle to fold a hand exactly like that. Any of those middling pocket pairs or low pocket pairs.
There's a little tip. You never want to say 100%, but I know what you mean.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
And he is
High
gonna,
percentage time.
very often he will be betting. So you always want to leave the possibility for various plays.
Jedi Master Ted says, howdy y'all. Any good C6 stories?
Lincolnwood.
No, I don't get seasick, but I think most of our crew were alright.
I think I saw Poker Monkey post some videos from the cruise as well.
Oh my gosh. So
Did you have a good time over there, Poker Monkey?
I'm gonna go ahead and tell it for him so he doesn't have to type it out in the chat. Man, so he played the main event, final day of the cruise.
That's pretty cool.
Do you remember that hand from 2017, the World Series of Poker, where Vanessa Selfs flopped?
Quads versus top full house.
Literally almost the exact same scenario. Ace 7-4, he has pocket sevens, turns an
So you still have
ace.
the stickers on.
They got quad
I don't want
aces.
to take them off.
Oh, wow.
They get it in all in, and then it was like level 2 of the
Was
tournament.
he the sevens or the
He was
aces?
the sevens.
Each
Oh,
year,
sorry, buddy.
he got the shirt of the year.
Delivery is now banned
I
from
bought them all.
TCH.
At least you got a quick exit so you could
I don't
enjoy
think he
the
ever wore
sunshine.
it.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
creases in it from the way he folded it.
If there's one tournament you want to bust early, it's when you're on a cruise.
You know?
Uh,
Look at all these other cards for all these other places.
Yeah, I think a lot of our players had a lot of fun. Who else went? I saw actually a group of players that I didn't expect to actually see. Vadim and his wife were there.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, and they were there almost every day playing, and they had a great time. I think because they would what they would do a lot of times. They would just go to dinner, then come play poker, then leave to go see a show, then come back and play poker. So they were having a blast. I think.
That's great.
Which one do I put it on? This one?
Who wants to tell Steven or Mr. Delivery that he folded aces so we can put him on tilt? Just to mix it up.
I mean, inevitably.
Just run by and lean over to his ear. Hey, you have aces. Pretty sure Ari had queens.
Do you like the hatchet?
A little Texas heads up action. We got 4 away. A lot of good
George always yells
hands.
for sevens. I don't know if you play with him very much, but like,
No, I only
it's like
play
his
once.
like thing is kind of annoying.
Dong
actually.
flopping the flush
Like,
draw,
almost, like,
not
start
much
yelling,
else.
"Seven!" And then me and Steven started it with him,
And
and
the
then I'm
strike
taking
draw.
some of his action where Steven bet with him that he couldn't like. Basically, he bet like you couldn't predict what your home
We'll
cards
check
were
around
gonna
on the
be,
flop here.
right?
Right.
And so he gave him like
Queen on the turn to give Moneymaker the best 2 pair. Dong with a pair and a straight flush draw.
Yeah, the thing is, I would have expected Dong to bet if he did not improve, but the fact that he improved, he could have the best hand on his own right now. So he doesn't want to bet and then get raised off of his equity. So I actually really like a check here. He can pot control with a hand that could already be good at showdown, plus has room for improvement on the river.
So that's all you have with the red sevens. And so I was like, is that a real hat or is that a Photoshop?
And Moneymaker's betting for a similar reason. He could easily have the best hand. He can get value from other queens, other nines, and draws.
My favorite hand is red sevens.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so I made the hat with my logo on the back.
Yeah, seven hearts and 7 of diamonds with a hat.
Consequential jack for Dong here. We'll go check. Moneymaker will shut down the best
I'll
hand.
send you the website link.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
Yeah, I think that was really well played by both players.
The merch store.
A lot of people make the
it's a guy in
mistake
LA.
when you flop a pair and a flush draw to kind of go a little too crazy with the pot. But you have to think about what your incentives are when you are raising.
Well, you're in a poker. Maybe you gotta get
And
away
the
from
fact that you could already have
He's saying
the
if you
best
supply
hand at
loading, you can charge
showdown,
a lot for it. That's what
and
he's
when you raise, you're only going to keep better hands in anyway. You're actually accomplishing the opposite of what you're intending.
throw them out to the tables and see who wins.
Thank you for the kind words, Poker Monkey.
Wolfgang merch splash pot.
Yeah.
I actually done
Doesn't seem
that.
desperate at all.
I've done that at a meetup too.
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, running. I gotta say, running the
It's like
room.
random game here, it might be like
Without Poker Atlas, without screens on the computers, without player cards to swipe in, makes you really appreciate how we run our room here. Man, I use a pen and paper, man, writing people into lists,
Oh, yeah.
like putting sticky notes on tables, like.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't played at TCH in Dallas, this is,
Look at
I've
that.
been a poker player for many, many years. I've played all over the country. This is definitely one of the premier rooms out there. Some of the best staff, best dealers. If you haven't been here, you gotta come check it out.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Danny, and in our manager group chat, Chris Rochette actually mentioned that a player stopped him. I think about a week ago and said, he said exact same words as him. So it's always really encouraging to hear from players, and more of the reason for you out there that haven't seen our room to come out and check us out.
Memorable.
Absolutely. Also, just the players themselves, really good vibe,
He's like 70.
really good atmosphere.
I'm not sure.
Can't be topped.
I saw him at Choctaw.
And there it is, Wolfgang Poker there, arriving in the 9 seat, hopping into the mix.
That's JD's money anyway. We got it.
Really excited to see him play here.
We gotta go deep in the dog.
Scotty, if you're watching, I didn't
Oh
say
yeah,
that.
we got Wolfgang now joining the table, so now we're full here.
Yeah, what's your tax ID? I'll get
Send me the form. I'll fill it out.
Kyle likes to play these suited aces very aggressively, and we will make the raise here.
Yeah, the suited aces, they don't flop super well, but they play good as the aggressor and heads up. You get a lot of boards where you can barrel very profitably. So I really like free betting with a hand like ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, especially when you're deep as well.
I wish.
That'd be a nice job, man.
Yeah, Kyle's another top player in Dallas. Really fun to watch him go.
I mean, high level guys.
I've been playing with him since I moved out here and learned a lot from him.
I remember Bill Vaughn once was like, he was like, does your job pay well? And I was like, it pays pretty good. He goes, they must pay well because you fucking hate money.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but the player Tommy.
Thanks, Bill.
He used to play 2-5 here more frequently, but I haven't seen him in a while. He's really into yoga. Baller guy.
Asian Tommy.
Yeah, Asian Tommy. He was running his own podcast. He actually had Kyle on, and that was a really fun listen because Kyle talked about like how he even got into poker, him running his bankroll out to even play 2-5 at WinStar. And apparently he said he didn't even take a shot. He didn't play 2-5 500 cap consistently until he ran up a 50K bankroll, playing 1-2 200 cap.
Wow. Yeah,
So I was like, this is discipline.
a lot of discipline there. Kyle's a very intelligent person. He also works in IT. I think he's doing life right. He does a lot of traveling, playing poker, and can work remotely. So he's living the dream.
Yeah, half the time we see him in chat, he's in a different country.
Yep, I think he just got back from Southeast Asia, actually.
I believe in that too, but more with under. Thank you.
Take me with you next time, Kyle.
Apparently he gets like $25.
Also, some of my favorite banter is between Kyle and JD.
They've played with each other for about a decade now, I think, so they know each other very well.
$10 to talk about it.
Actually, him, JD, and Dong were like the players you'd see in the high stakes area at WinStar back in the day. I was at the 1-2 tables looking over, like, oh my god, there's a 10K pot over there.
WinStar was closed when I moved here from Chicago, so I've never played there, but I do remember hearing stories about it back in the day being one of the better places to play at.
Definitely a lot's changed. Go to the flop here. Mr. Deliver going to flop top pair.
Yeah, pretty standard defend there with any 2 suited cards from Mr. Delivery. Let's see how he plays this.
The min bet.
It was actually a limp from Ari and a check behind for Mr. Delivery. These are actually really fun spots that come up all the time in tournament poker, blind versus blind, but not as often in cash game poker. Creates an interesting dynamic. Excited to see their process.
Ari is going to turn it in pair now,
Maybe, but you
giving him some showdown value now.
Yeah, and I actually have a similar strategy where most of my continues on lots of flops are for 1 big blind sizing.
I promise you, you get the money to California.
I think if a higher kicker, Mr. Delivery may have gone for another barrel there on the turn. I think he thinks he can get 2 streets total value there. And by checking back on the turn, he keeps Ari's range a little bit wider and has a better chance of getting value on the river. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see this go check bet call or bet call. See if Ari goes for a blocker sizing. I think he's a little too weak to blocker size. You can't really expect to get called by worse. But if he does check and Mr. Delivery bets, now he actually can call with a 6 because it will beat some of Mr. Delivery's bluffs.
I'll buy some shares.
It looks like he will go for some
Yeah,
thin value
so
here.
I like a bet here for Mr. Delivery. He can definitely get called by 10s, 6s, deuces, and other pairs in between. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Ari call here as he does beat all of Mr. Delivery's bluffs.
Yeah, 8-9, bricks off. Oh, he's going to go for the raise, actually. Turning his 6 into a bluff.
I mean, he does block the nuts, and he blocks some bottom sets, but we can see that Ari is very aggressive, so it's going to be fun to watch these 2 battle today.
A raise and a snap call from Steve, so these guys have some history.
Yeah, and I just got word that Ari is a high-stakes player from Chicago, so I'm sure his style is going to be very similar to Mr. Delivery, so I'm excited to watch these 2 battle.
2 people won. I was actually on this stream.
This is a great line tonight. So if y'all are just now tuning in, should be a lot of fun. Got all your favorite Dallas players here. Chris Moneymaker in the 5 seat, Kong, Kenny in the 3, JD in the 2, Kyle Z in the 1, Yacht Club in the 6, newcomer Ari from Chicago in the 7. Of course, everyone knows Mr. Delivery, and poker vlogger Wolfgang Poker in the 9 seat. Good mix of players here.
Absolutely.
His winner is named Ben from Seattle, who only played 1-2 up until that point.
You know, going back to what you mentioned earlier with your tournament play, you know, I mean, I got to give you another shout out with your amazing tournament run last year, winning the main event. And you know what I really enjoyed about that was when they came out with that article that you did the interview for. What was it? Poker
Card player.
Card player. Yeah. So I highly recommend y'all check that out. You kind of get in the mind of Danny Marks there in tournament play. So that was a lot of fun to read. So I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, that was actually really fun to make along with the author. We kind of had a little bit back and forth. Got to answer some questions and kind of relive my run a little bit. You know, obviously, incredibly lucky to be in that position to begin with. So it was a lot of fun.
That's true. I was thinking that I might need to start some beef.
Yeah, just because you get lucky every now and then, you still got to know how to capitalize on those few moments you get lucky on, right? So.
Make some like videos just like
Yeah, I'm excited to go back to Choctaw in May for the WPT up there.
make some video that's like
You gonna go up there for any events?
Not sure yet. But you'll probably see over there if they have any mixed games running, mixed game tournaments.
Tournaments are blowing up right now. It's really nice. The WSOP schedule came out. A lot of the other casinos put their schedules out as well. Have you made any plans for the summer, or are you going to be staying around here?
Most likely probably stay here. If I do find some time, it'll be like a last minute decision because I do have a trip planned in June.
No, see now, Chris, you saying this on stream.
Yeah, I still don't know. I do want to play some of like the same tournaments at the World Series, or if it's not even at the World Series, a lot of the local casinos, like you said, have really good mixed game tournaments, like 4-game mixes or 8-game mixes for reasonable buy-ins, right? Because I mean, for me, it's just like the $1,500 buy-in sometimes is a little much.
I mean, they have every single buy-in level for all types of players. So if you love tournaments, summer is the place to be for Vegas. If you love cash games, Dallas is the place to be all year long.
It's not like people in poker these days. If you want drama,
I used to go out there to
like,
play cash games during the summer, but now I have no reason to. Why would I want to leave Dallas?
the person who disagrees with you will find you.
I think actually Kim and Hayden, they kind of jokingly said that to me as well last summer. Because I think they were in Vegas while I was streaming, and then I made some kind of mentions like, oh, why does anyone even need to go to Vegas to play cash? You got all the best cash games here in the Dallas area. And the next time I saw Kim and Hayden, they're like, yeah, we watched that stream, and yeah, we didn't like any of the cash in Vegas.
Yeah, it's just not really comparable. As far as public games going, they've got the biggest games going here.
Helen Rachel here in the chat says, go Wolfgang, rooting for you. So like to see some Wolfgang fans in the chat.
Yo, welcome.
They love it. Yeah, they love it.
Where are you watching from?
Every week to like 525.
Yeah.
And you know,
Well, 30% increase.
that's what I'm saying. So it's hard to come by.
Only 35 minutes in the stream here. We already got quite the
Nice. Air hockey.
range of winnings here and losses. JD up 10K, Kenny down 10K. But I mean, if you think about it in terms of big blinds, it's just 200 big blinds, and a lot of our games here play much deeper than 200 big blinds. So I imagine you see those numbers change quite drastically. Big blind wise.
Oh yeah, I'm putting the over/under on 35K for the biggest pot of the night. Probably take me over on that actually.
I'll take the over. Yeah.
Yeah, these
Oh, with
guys
this group,
are
yes.
battlers. They have a lot of history with each
Last 9 months I
other,
didn't have any,
and
so-
they're not afraid to put money in the middle.
Don't mind paying $4 grand. If I like it, I'll extend it. You know. Unlike my,
I expected that
German
this
counterpart
depth,
here that has
all
to go home
players
after
to
6 months.
open any
I have the
suited
ability to
ace.
stay?
The deeper you get, the better these hands play.
3, yeah.
It's like 3 months at a time.
Yikes.
Not only can they make very, very strong footed hands
imagine having
in
to do
big
that.
pots, but they also
back,
can barrel
back,
profitably on a lot of boards with backdoor equity.
Especially as bad as he's running.
It's like forced vacation though. You like goes to Mexico for half the year, you know, just like at
Oh,
the
that's
beach
right. He
or
does
whatever.
get. Yeah, that's.
Quite the flop there for Moneymaker. I mean, you're saying, just as you're saying the suited ace, he flops in that flush draw. Yeah, we'll check this flop
Gotta be careful
multi-way.
with those guys. They can really prevent you.
Yeah, I
from
think you
coming
can go either way with a hand like this. It's pretty hard to play it wrong. I think you want to be doing a little bit of both between betting and checking.
I agree with
Don't
Steven.
leave the country and say I did.
I agree with Steven, yeah. I think you should
Again,
try
one of the benefits of checking in general is keeping your opponent's ranges wider, keeping worse flush draws in, etc., worse pairs.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a good idea, right?
Yeah. You're not going to
Let's turn additional equity there with the 5. Now has a gut shot to go along with his nut flush draw. Pocket 8's though still in
I
the lead.
built too many holes in my apartment to leave anytime soon. So.
As long as they're quarter size, you're good.
Yeah, no, they're smaller.
Then yeah, then you're good.
Yeah. And I'm just like, man, I'm gonna have to patch these all.
Yeah,
up
being
at
out of
some point.
position, I wouldn't have mind to see Moneymaker just hold on to the lead in this pot and go for a bet, bet, bet. Maybe 4-way, he thinks that it's not going to get through as often, but it's going to be a little hard to win this pot from out of position unless he makes the best hand. So let's see what his process is here on the river.
Get attached to stuff.
Yeah, something.
See, that's the thing is the whole buying new things.
Yeah,
and
just
stuff,
as you were
that
saying,
just adds more work to me. I'm like, I'd
almost
rather-
exactly what you said is like when you do check, it makes it so much tougher, right? If he does go bet, 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 he can rep a lot of hands with that queen king run out.
Yeah, and I was wondering if Yacht Club was thinking if he needed to bluff the river or not, but he decided he had enough showdown. Still beats Moneymaker's flush draws, and nice hand Yacht Club.
Very nice hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Richard Greenberg in the chat says, hey D, good to see you at the tournament. Hope you cashed. I stepped out of line and it cost me all my chips. No, I didn't cash actually, but I did get 2 bounties, so I made a little bit of my buy-in back. Actually, I ended up playing a little PLO today, which I've been playing a lot more PLO lately. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
I was playing a lot of PLO before I moved to Dallas, but I just kind of re-fell in love with learning No Limit, learning tournaments, and deep stack cash games. So I've just been focused on No Limit for the past few years. But PLO is also a great game.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it the past month. And, you know, when you have a room that's has 5 PLO games running by 1 p.m., it's it's hard not to want to try it out. You know.
That's your name.
Irony doesn't always.
That's your name, right?
Yeah.
I usually don't remember people's names, so that's like the biggest compliment right there.
It's like I just remember people's.
Helen says she's watching from Fall River, Massachusetts. Great to see people watching from all over the country.
Oh, it looks like Richard is also from Massachusetts as well. That's cool.
How do you say that, Richard? Is it Worcester?
Do you play anywhere in Mexico, like live at all?
Worcester. No.
I'm not.
I'm thinking of the sauce. but I
Worcestershire.
don't-
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire sauce.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
like
they got
it's
some
small.
pretty sick,
It's
200, 400 games down there.
See, a raise from Yacht Club, 3-bet from Ari, and a defend from Yacht Club. Yacht Club's going to lead the flop, actually, with his top 2 pair. Turn does bring in the straight, but a lot of time Yacht Club should have the best hand now. Or best hand still.
Yeah, it doesn't really bring in any obvious straights based on the action so far.
Oh, you just went down there vacation for how long?
probably like 2 or 3 months.
What the hell did you do?
Starting a website.
Seems like Ari's been picking up a lot of big hands, but has not been connecting very well. Let's see if he thinks he needs to bluff here.
Do you go with friends?
He thinks he wins sometimes at showdown, so he does decide to check back. He doesn't have any diamonds in his hand, so I like his check give up. Occasionally expecting to win at showdown, but not very often. Another nice hand from Yacht Club.
NRG in the chat. What happened with the Saturday tourney stream, guys? Yeah, I was actually out of town still, but I did hear from David. I guess we had internet issues again, unfortunately, but we will be streaming that final table at a later date. Do apologize if that was what y'all were looking forward to, and I know a lot of our viewers do like watching our Saturday stream for the final table for some late night entertainment.
Yeah, the Saturday tournament's a lot of fun. Whenever I have a little extra time on the weekend, I do decide to play that tournament. Very cool when you can make it to the final table and be on a stream game. So if you guys like tournament poker, come on down for the Saturday $365 buy-in. Once a month, it's $500 and a lot of lines, a lot of play.
Poker-wise box seats or something.
They like the constant.
Yeah, we just finished our 500K mystery bounty a few weeks back, so you could definitely expect another big tournament coming very soon. Because we typically have to do one big tournament a quarter, so definitely be on the lookout for that.
I almost made a big run in that. I ended up finishing 31st place.
Oh man!
I bagged a nice stack on day 1, but couldn't get much going on day 2.
She did songs from like her whole like everything. So some of like her like earlier like kind of.
It's always so much fun when you make a deep run in a tournament.
Absolutely.
Really gets the juices flowing.
You're not from Chicago, you just like the Bulls?
Yeah, nothing quite like running deep in a big tournament when every hand is just so important, right? Like you're saying, those small blind versus big blind scenarios come up a lot more often, especially when you get shallower and shallower. And you're just battling. It's just so much fun. I mean, I think you and I like it for the same reason. Like you're just battling for every pot.
Absolutely, and if you're blind versus blind, you can't be getting up very often with an ante, or you're just giving up way too much equity. So ranges are very wide, and pots become very complex.
Yeah, it was cool announcer night. Announcer right now.
I expect to see a lot of 3- and 4-bet pots with these players. They're all very studied, and they are going to be very aggressive with each other.
Now we're in the playoffs, so we could actually make a run, but what we won't is when Derrick Rose was drafted.
With the flop and turn checked, I think Mr. Delivery is going to try to get some value from worse 10s and other middling pairs, which makes up a big part of Ari's range based on his check down. Nice bet and nice fold.
Yeah, it's like we may make the playoffs, but I don't think we're going to make much happen.
On paper, we have a good team. On paper, the Mavs are a decent team, right?
Question about dirt company.
Just to reiterate, if anyone missed the opening sequence regarding the Wolfgang meetup game, here's a graphic for that. Wolfgang Poker meetup game down in Texas Card House, Houston. Thursday, they're going to have a 5:10 live stream at 6 p.m. And then on Friday, it's a 7 o'clock meetup game. So definitely, if you're in the Houston area, you should definitely hit up Texas Card House, Houston, to hang out with Wolfgang Poker.
Super nice guy. Wish nothing but the best for him and his poker channel.
Dealt dirt. He bought this house with some acreage. He's like, they didn't know what they had. They had like really good dirt.
Okay, really good dirt.
So he basically got free property.
Oh, he sold the dirt.
He sold the dirt. Yeah, I know a lot of guys who do that.
Kenny here calling with a premium ace queen
Not all
suited.
dirt is created equal.
I think this is actually a good spot to flat occasionally, as you will keep in a lot of your opponent's dominated range. Hands like ace 10, ace jack, where if you do 3-bet, you are going to get those hands to fold most of the time. The other nice thing is it flops and plays very well being suited, so you don't really have to protect against too much equity. So I really like this decision to flat against JD's late position open.
They're good. Well, they're good though. They're
Oh, but JD flops a set here, and Dong flops a pair and a straight draw. I do expect some money to get in here. Kenny's got overcards and backdoor diamonds.
Oh, that's right.
They're fully aware of ice.
Golly, what a life for JD when you have $1,200 ahead of you and you have top set.
Yeah, and Dong actually squeezed here from the small blind, so he is the pre-flop aggressor. He's going to have a lot of overpairs. I wouldn't be surprised if JD tries to get in some money right now, thinking Dong is not going to fold. A flat is also okay, but with how deep they are, I do like a raise.
No, I mean the thing is, winters are getting warmer every year, and so there's less snow around. I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
And I hear you, I hear you.
But that's the thing is.
Oh, wow, and this is going to be, here we go, 40K pot. 51,000.
Hey, we took the over, right? Hey,
Oh, yeah.
nice.
That didn't take long.
Needs to hit a 3 and a 3
and a
only.
3 only.
And that's the pot for JD, a $51,000 dog.
I was like, man, that's
Wow,
gonna be a
nice
rough
hand,
run.
JD. Flopping top set, getting shoved into. I mean,
I
that's why Dong is so scary, though. JD does not have to have top set there, and is going to have to fold a large portion of his range. Dong blocks the nuts. He blocks middle set. He's representing all the overpairs, all the strongest hands. So JD is not going to be able to continue very often. And it just so happens JD has top set and scoops an almost $52,000 pot. Unbelievable.
Very nice hand there for JD, and kind of funny comment here from Kicker Problem. Stop me if you heard this before. JD flops a set.
Yeah.
Right, the number of times you've watched our stream, the Tuesday stream, and it's just like, oh, there's another set for JD. Oh, there's another set.
24,000.
Yeah, and this is his second double up on the stream so far. What an amazing run up. I think he bought him for 10,000, right?
Ooh, okay, so you're like, all right, then.
Maybe a shade over, maybe
15?
15, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a shade over.
But
Because I think he covered Ari. Yes, I think, yeah, because he had about 25, right, after that hand.
So he's got to be up over 30,000. What an amazing night so far for JD.
I mean, only less than an hour into our stream, so we know anything could happen here. Especially with Dong probably going to add on and try to cover
Saw me on
JD.
tilt now. He's adding 10 right away.
Oh,
He can't even speak it on stream. He's got oh my god, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
let's see if Dom can keep it together and play his game.
Now I see that JD can double me up for 20 too.
Oh, that's
so.
true, yeah.
Always hard to keep playing well after losing a big pot, but if anyone can do it, I know Dom can.
Absolutely, and especially this player pool here. I mean, all of them very used to having multi 5-figure swings in games like this.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of good reasons.
Yeah, we just launder it anyway.
Not many bad.
50 more.
Oh,
250 volt joining us here for High Stakes Tuesday. We are live from Dallas, Texas, in our TCH Dallas location. My name is Derek. I'm one of the commentators here for TCH Dallas, and I'm joined by Danny Marks, one of our regular players and regular live stream players.
Most likely we won't, but hopefully we can.
The nature of the beast.
So with the orders, if you started the shuffle, complete the hand, lines up, 200, 300, 300.
Man, and I gotta say, I mean, I know for one, I know the answer to the question for me, but like, would you have seen yourself living in Dallas, Texas, of all places, 5 years ago?
You used to go straight to
Absolutely not. I mean, I grew up in Chicago, I lived in Colorado, I lived all over the place. I heard about Dallas Poker through actually a lot of these vloggers and streams, and I just had to come check it out, and I fell in love with the place instantly. As soon as I started playing with people, again, the vibe, the atmosphere, everybody is so nice here. I probably would have quit poker if I hadn't found Texas.
That's good to hear.
It really reinvigorated my love for the game. And if you go to Vegas and you play these stakes, everybody has their headphones on, they have their hoodies on, everybody's super serious, grinding, tanking. But here, it's just not like that. Everybody's having a good time at the table. They play fast. They make sure the recreational players are having a good time. And it's just a much better experience for both the professional and the casual player.
You know, and also from the other side of things, right? Like playing in casinos, right? What comes first? The casino, typically not the poker room, right? And being in a card room that's for poker, built for poker players, you can definitely tell that from like how the management handles it. I mean, obviously I'm a little biased on that end of things, but I always think we have some of the best management here.
Absolutely, and you know, I've gotten to know a lot of them very close. Long hours here grinding. You get to really know everybody, and it's your second family, you know. And it looks like we got Hayden Fortini here in the chat. $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Hayden. Always appreciated. Two of my favorite people and commentators in the booth tonight. Great stream. Thank you so much, Hayden.
Thank you so much, Hayden. That's very kind of you. And for those of you that don't know, all the super chats do go support the live stream commentators and live stream staff in the back, like Tyler and Cooper, who you all don't typically hear or see, but they do all the hard work.
Yeah, guys, with how much I'm losing on the Wednesday stream, I'm going to need a few more of these $4.99 donations so I can get back in the game. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Maybe idea of like, I guess it's getting a lot of dirt. Well, I guess there's a lot of corporations out there already like find like high resource areas of the planet, and like this guy seemed like.
Yeah, I think I've actually seen you post that meme, Poker Monkey. Yeah, there's poker and then there's poker in Texas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of ace king so far tonight. This time the heart variety. We're most likely to see a raise.
Yeah, Yacht Club with a lot of premiums tonight. He's also flopping very well. Love to see it. Love to see a lot of aggressive play. A lot of ace kings tonight too.
No, I don't actually deliver any. It's just an old nickname that I started using.
I'm gonna go 3 ways to a flop here. Kenny with the mystery hand, Dong with the ace 8-6 off.
And some people just have like, nicknames.
And what a life for Yacht Club, flopping again, very strong with his ace king.
At least 2 pair every time. Easy game.
That's a recipe for success, right? In no limit hold'em if you're getting at least top 2 pair every hand.
Absolutely, and it's a 3-way 3-bet pot. I do expect to see Dong loosen up his calling range after that pot against JD. You can actually, even though you're multi-way here, so in general, when you're c-betting multi-way in 3-bet pots, you don't want to be doing it very often, and when you do c-bet, you want to be betting for a smaller size. But on this specific triple Broadway board, I actually don't mind a little bit of a larger size because it crushes your range so often, and you're not going to be able to get raised very often.
It's that's a risky alias though.
Nice hand for Yacht Club, takes it down.
That's a risky alias, I think.
I used to go by dead money on the.
And we're starting to see one of those interesting dynamics forming on a table where one person's up all the money, and the rest of the table is either trying to, you know, get into the profit zone or get unstuck. So it's always interesting, right, when there's one player out of the 9 that's, you know, the only one winning.
I love to see pain, so I want as many people to lose as possible. So let's see how they respond to the adversity and see if they can keep their head on their shoulders. And that's what makes poker such a beautiful game. It's not about who has the best A game. It's who stays in their A game the longest. And a lot of these players are very good at that. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. Well, very surprised to see Mr. Delivery pulled the Queen 10 suited against the cutoff open.
Definitely could have seen him go for the 3-bet there. Right?
Yeah, I think you can go for a 3-bet or a flat. I know conventional wisdom says you shouldn't be flatting too often in the small blind, but the fact that they are, there's 2 considerations. 1, they're very deep, and 2, there's no rake. So you're not punished as much for seeing a flop. So I do mix in hands occasionally like that, along with pocket pairs sometimes, into my small blind flatting range.
You have like a name yet, a brand, like holding for days, like
Got a message here in the chat. The tip that players giving, is it going to the live stream commentary and dealers, or to? Oh no, yeah, all the tips that the dealers receive go directly to them. Yeah, no,
I'm gonna shake him down after the stream and try to get my cut passed.
And come check me out over at coolerthewhales.com.
No, we've got great dealers here. They work very hard and definitely earn their tips. So we try to take care of our dealers good here.
You guys are so mean to my
I mean, and when you mentioned that, how generous a lot of the players here in Dallas are. I mean, a lot of dealers moved to Texas to be able to deal in this room because how good the room is, how much action there is, and again, how generous a lot of these players are. So it really checks all the boxes, right?
It's funny you say that because I do go to the WSOP most years, and last couple years I was out there. That's one of the topics of conversation you hear at the table, both from players and dealers, about how they're going to move to Texas, how they've heard how well the dealers do, and they earn every penny. So it's great to hear it. Another 3-bet in position here from Ari. Based on what I've seen so far, he is definitely an experienced, studied player. So it'll be nice to see him battle here with some of Dallas's top bricks.
Like you saw in his eyes, like this soul was broken.
Now that we're back from the cruise, I mean, I think a lot of our focus from our management is going to be on our new room, and I hope you're excited for that, Danny, being relatively close to it.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be another great option to play poker. I'm excited to see what they can do with all the extra space, if we're going to have more tournaments, more cash games available during tournaments. It just presents so many more options, so I am looking forward to TCH's opening on their second location.
Yeah, I know, at least last I talked to Eugene, they're really looking to try to do like a tournament series, having 2 big locations available to them.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed is every time they run a big quarterly tournament here with a big guarantee, it always crushes the guarantee. They're so popular right now, so the sky's the limit for what kind of series they can run.
Look at this, Wolfgang Poker getting aggressive with the pocket fours on the button.
That was a funny one. My needles were funny. Kyle's were mean.
Let's just be honest. We all enjoy.
Very interesting to come in for the 3-bet there. One of the benefits of 3-betting a hand like this and getting the pot heads up more often is you are going to be able to take it down more with C-bets. He is going to represent a stronger range here, and I do expect him to take this down with a single C-bet.
It always looks bad.
Goes for a down bet about 3rd pot. Pretty standard bet there.
I started making this up. I was like, this is
nice hand for Wolfgang. Gets his beak wet a little bit. And it just goes to show you, I know somebody in the chat thought Wolfgang would be a little tight tonight, but he is not a scared player. He is another very strong player, a lot of experience, and he's looking to battle these guys.
Yeah, I think in the past year or so he's had a lot of opportunities to play on some bigger live stream games around the country, so maybe that's kind of given him maybe a little more confidence to hop into these stakes.
Absolutely. And look at that. JD is up almost $37,000.
That is insane.
And we are not even an hour into the stream.
I'm up finally, man. I went to 0 so many times.
Points?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Just a cool 600 plus big blind swing, right?
Nice life, JD.
Once you get like a couple $100,000
And Ari with another 3-bet. This is one more commonly held. We call it the Landon Tice now, the ace-5 suited.
The Landon Tice, really?
Yeah, you got to play it like it's aces.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but Ari is clearly a very aggressive and tough player. 3-betting here in position. But Yacht Club flopping a flush draw. I don't think he'll be going anywhere. He also has backdoor straight draw opportunities as well. You can come in for a check raise or a call. I prefer a call, but sometimes check raising with a flush draw that's low because you don't expect to ever, or you can't win at showdown. So you want to give yourself more opportunities to win the pot.
Yeah, hands you could fold out. Maybe like 10s or 8s.
So you can call with a hand like King 5 of clubs, where you at least have a high card, so when you do hit a pair, you can win that way. And then check raise maybe with some ace high flush draws to keep in some king high and queen high flush draws as well. Danny Chen.
What's up, Danny?
Welcome to the chat, buddy. Hope school's going well for you. I miss getting 4 bets IU. Come back and do it again soon.
No, he'll be back this summer to battle for sure.
Let's just say my favorite TCH video.
Yeah, Danny Chen's another great kid in college right now. I believe at Auburn. Likes to come battle here on our Wednesday and Tuesday streams. I always feel bad taking their tuition money, but maybe it'll teach them a lesson. So. Stay in school, kids. Yeah, Yacht Club is really hitting a lot of hands tonight. Really fun to see.
Exactly. I mean,
He typically plays more on our Wednesday stream, so kind of I'm surprised to see him here on his stream, but he's a great addition. I mean, he's a very aggressive player, you know, very solid player as well. So he adds a good element to the game here.
Yeah, I spoke with him, I believe, last week, and he said he'd been really busy, so he hasn't been playing as much lately. But I think he's had a little more time lately to play poker, and he's getting back in the mix of things. It's always nice to hit some hands when you come back.
I've only had the chance to talk to him a few times, and do you know? Would you happen to know what he does?
I actually do not know what he does for a living. I do know that he has a job though, and poker is a hobby for him. That being said, he's clearly very successful, very intelligent, and also plays very solid poker.
Oh, Daniel Dunn in the chat. What's up, buddy? Is that my favorite spiceless reg in the booth?
What's up, Daniel Dunn? Nice to have another regular in the chat. He is a local here. 2-5 Crusher, Mr. Dunn.
Am I missing something there? Spiceless?
Yeah, that's a little inside joke.
Inside joke? Okay.
Yeah.
Danny, you need a WSOP tag team partner? We'll be here all June, apparently.
I'm not exactly sure my schedule so far. Right now I booked a room for the main event, and then the Tournament of Champions is at the beginning this time. There are a couple of tournaments I want to play in between, like the Millionaire Maker and the Monster Stack. But I just I'm not sure how much time I'm going to have, so I'll probably leave those to the last minute. But hey, if I'm there for the tag team event, you're in.
And you said the Tournament of Champions is at the beginning of this year?
Yeah, usually the Tournament of Champions is at the end. This year they're running it at the very beginning of the series. It's actually, I believe, the very first event.
It's $1 million free roll, right?
It is $1 million free roll to all the circuit winners of the past
That's
year.
awesome. That's a great opportunity for you. Good luck to you on that.
Thank you. It should be a lot of fun. I actually looked at the structure, hour-long levels, 300 big blinds. So it's actually similar to the Monster Stack structure. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
I'll get him out here. He's gonna stay with.
Yeah, I think I've looked up the payouts on that. Typically, I think first is usually around 200K or so.
Yeah, I think it's about $250,000 for first.
That's awesome.
I think it'll be a little bit less this year. I think there'll be more runners than normal just because there were so many online circuit events.
Yeah, it's a free roll either way.
But yeah, but either way, it has somewhere between a $1,500 and a $2K value. So I will not be turning that free money down. And a chance to play poker and win a bracelet. Probably my best chance to win a bracelet because it'll only be a 500 or 600 person field.
Wow, look at this here. Dong missing his straight. Jamming the river. And I was actually about to say that I was interested to see how they would play when both players miss their hand here.
And it looks like Kenny Spidey senses are up here a little bit. This would be an immaculate call if he can make this against Dong. Maybe he thinks Dong is very tilted, only making this play with his missed hands, but he does give it up. It's a little hard there to call with Ace King High.
For 10K,
yeah. No clubs in your hand, but got to give credit to him for thinking that long.
Let's see someone in here explicit here in the chat. I don't see them taking a ring. How does the rake work here? So we don't do any table rake. What all these players do here in our card room is they pay an hourly rate for their seat. So all these players have to be members first. So either they pay a daily membership of $10, a monthly membership of $30, or a yearly membership of $300. And then to be able to play in a room, they need to be locked in and pay $13 an hour.
Yeah, it's
which is a great deal.
It's so much better than Rake. I've played everything again in the country, and the fact that the money stays on the table, the stacks get deeper. It's not comparable to Rake games where they're taking off $100 to $200 an hour off the table.
Yeah, it's actually. I mean, I've sat around with the players at the table, and we've done the math when a lot of rooms up north are now raking $6 plus the one. So that's $7 a hand. You know, we did the math on it, and that usually comes around 25 to 30 plus an hour per player. So paying $13 an hour playing some high stakes, well, and that's for every stake level too, right? So 1, 2, all the way up to 5,100. Where I mean, a lot of the rooms in Vegas for the time collection for high stakes, I know is typically like $13 to $15 down, which is half hour.
Yeah, so it's about twice the amount of rake. Plus, it's a compounding effect when you're actually taking that money off of the table directly versus paying it ahead of time, which allows the game to just play much deeper, win rates can be much higher, and it's just better for the poker economy in general.
One of those steamers, and then you get
Oh, Ryan, that's we charge even cheaper. Not even $20 to $30 an hour. We do $13 an hour here, which is a steal. If you really know how much rate eats into your winnings.
Yeah, Ryan, they only charge $13 an hour here at Texas Card House, so come on down. Play a lot of poker for a very low price.
You're talking too loose to be on Monkey Silly. You already got
In Chicago, Stanford Market.
I already got off.
I'm gonna have to move to Dallas. Well, a lot of players already have, and you'd be in good company,
Yeah,
right, Danny?
I did that myself 2.5 years ago, and now I'm a local.
Steven here, Delivery.
Yep, another Chicago transplant. I bet Ari's going to move here after this as well.
German moneymaker. They're in the 5 seat. He didn't move here, but he's here every year. You know?
He came all the way from Germany and is using a visa to stay here. Go back and forth between Germany, Mexico, and Texas.
Errol the G says, watching from the 3-5 no limit table at the Venetian Las Vegas. The biggest game here plays like the 1-3 at Texas Card House. No exaggeration. Yep, that's
exactly, Daryl. And I have a lot of experience in those games as well. And they just don't compare to Dallas. Nonetheless, still a lot of fun to be playing poker at the Venetian. I wish you luck in your game.
Yep.
Try to stack them for us.
100%? Yeah, 100%.
This Chris Moneymaker or the one that matters?
There's only one Chris Moneymaker.
I'm kidding, Chris.
I have lots of feelings, right?
I don't know. A few months ago, I started adopting this brand of like, man, I just want to, be like an insult comic to the Euros.
They always give Moneymaker a hard time because he's such a strong player. So it's always fun to. These guys like to jab at each other, all in good fun though. Of course, they're all close friends.
Like really mean for like 6 months. I was like, that's not working for you.
Yeah.
I'll get to your question after this hand explosive. We got the hand developing.
What's your name?
So Chris, that gargantuan.
And actually, probably Danny could help with that too, since he's been around, all around the country.
Actually, rent is not too bad for other big cities. I'm paying about $1,300 a month in rent for a 1-bedroom. I know they go up to like $1,800 or $2K if you're looking for a nicer place in the city. But compared to other big cities, rent here is not that bad.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just to kind of piggyback off of that, I mean, I think Texas has one of the lowest cost of living in the country. So, kind of just a lot of good factors, right? If you want to come out here to play some poker.
Danny Chen asked, do they do heads up for rolls at TCH Dallas?
Oh, every day.
That sounds like an official challenge, and I accept. So let's do some heads up for rolls. Come on down. Mark Wee, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Mark?
How's it going, Mark? Always a pleasure to see you. Another poker player in the Dallas local area.
Yeah, plays a lot of our 1-2 here. Come here any day. You'll probably see him chatting up a storm with the rest of the tables and having a good time. Thank you for the info. Great commentating, gentlemen. Yeah, no problem, Explosive. If you have any other questions, we'll be happy to help.
So Robert making a comment about Wolfgang's VPIP, but something to keep in mind here is they've only been playing for an hour. Wolfgang got here late as well, so it's really a nothing sample size. You have to look at the hands he's been getting and realize he hasn't made any tight laydowns pre-flop. So it's really just the card distribution so far. So I don't think that's fair to say that he's playing very tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in a 4-hour stream, that's not a good sample size either to see.
Exactly.
Because I've seen really aggressive solid players go for like an 8% VPIP, and they literally just did not get a hand for the full 4 hours.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some streams I'll have 30% VPIP. Sometimes I'll have 20%. It just really depends on the cards I'm getting. I think one of the marks of a good player like Wolfgang is to be able to stay patient when you are running bad, when you're getting bad hands, not forcing the action, but playing good, solid poker. And against these people, you can't really get out of, or against these opponents, you can't get out of line too much.
Not at all. Yeah.
These are some of the better players around. They will punish you if you play too much.
Yeah, and I feel like as the stakes get higher and higher, and as the players get better and better, your room for error gets much smaller. So you really have to be more selective.
Absolutely.
Who's in the booth with me? It's Danny Marks and Derek in the booth tonight.
Maybe good OnlyFans like.
Robert A says, I'm coming to TCH next month. Please get me on stream. Oh, that's a great. That's actually a great segue into my next point here. If anyone in the live stream chat's interested in playing our live stream here at TCH Dallas, you should contact Mallory. There's a picture of her. I think her hair's still blue, so I think that's a current photo.
She's easy to find in the room.
Yeah.
The beautiful girl with blue hair. Mallory's great. Definitely talk to her if you are interested in playing.
Yes, you can contact her at that phone number or at that email to inquire about any live stream games that are available. We typically play Tuesday or Wednesday here at TCH Dallas.
Mallory is also a crusher at the poker table, so beware if she is at your table.
Wow, JD playing poker tonight.
It's 2 pair. When was the last time you were full of 2 pair?
Don, I can get you an exclusive discount on Steven's OnlyFans if that's what you're interested in. How do you think he got the buy-in for this game?
Oh man. Oh, is that his OnlyFans handle, Mr. Delivery?
Yeah, that's actually a really good one. Yeah.
What's a game you do? Last time I played with you, which has been a while ago, you did something where if a certain board comes out, you pay the
George
dealer or something. What was that?
Furtado. Sorry if I butchered your last name. TCH Rio Grande Valley. Great action down south. And actually, I got to meet a lot of the players there. Are from down there because a lot of obviously with the proximity, to Galveston. But I'll get back to that. Wolfgang with the aces here on the button.
Ooh, see, patience pays off. Aces on the button. Very large open. Was there a straddle on this
There
one?
was a straddle. Did elect for an even larger opener. I mean, typically at these stakes you see the 2.5x, 3x.
It's actually okay to increase your size on the button because you're opening with a wider range. Generally, in theory, you want to be opening smaller under the gun and slightly larger in the cutoff on the button.
He's living in Dallas.
So 4x isn't that big of a deal. That's pretty standard size in a 2-5 no limit game.
Yeah, we got a secret handshake and everything.
Yeah, that's true. At the 1-2, you might even see it larger.
Yeah, but in theory, you'll see a lot of like 2 big blind opens under the gun, and then they'll bump it up to 2.5 on the button.
That's true.
But that's against that's in a raked environment as well.
Wolfgang in his first big spot of the night here. Dong putting on the pressure.
Yeah, Dong is trying to force some action right now. Does pick up some equity on the turn, so I do expect to see another barrel here. Also, with the king coming, it's going to be a pretty big scare card. Wolfgang does have the ace of hearts, which takes away some of Dong's bluffs. But if that being said, Dong is going to have a lot more bluffs here in this spot than the average player. I do not think he can go anywhere yet.
Is that where the good TV is these days? Serbian soap opera?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much, I guess, studying Wolfgang did of some of these players here before he played on the stream. And I mean, for this highest stake, I imagine he had to have done something, right?
I think he is familiar with Dong either way. Dong is a pretty well-known player in the Dallas area. I'm curious to see if he decides to raise here or just call. He's probably going to have to call most rivers as well, but I think he has such a strong hand there right now that he should try to think about how he can get all the money in. And I'm thinking probably through a call. You know, Dong has stuck a lot of money. He's not going to be giving up on his bluffs.
Wolfgang does decide on a jam, getting Dong to fold.
Very nice. That's also a fine play as well. He does protect against any equity Dong might have. On that board, he is going to have quite a bit of equity, so I don't mind either play.
Nice in there for Wolfgang.
If
Yeah,
the name
Wolfgang
is
coming
correct,
in
and
hot,
someone is just funding
up
my
with
entire
5K
life,
already.
and I have an expensive lifestyle, so if someone's willing to do
Melissa
that,
here
I
in the
would
chat says
consider
Dong must be
changing the
brutal
name,
to play against. He is fearless, and that's a
entire life was a
great
free roll.
great point there that you make there in
Consider
the
the
chat.
name change.
And I think a point that we both talked about a little bit earlier. It's just a lot of fun player, a lot of fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, and Daniel Dunn says it's officially close our eyes and call downtime. That's probably how I would have played it as well, just trying to keep all of his bluffs blasting, but I think either play is fine.
Accuse you of ripping it off, you feel like it's an homage.
One of the nice benefits of just calling there is you're going to put his Jack X hands in a much tougher spot on the river, where he might just be able to get away from those hands if you do decide to jam right there.
Does anyone here remember Dexter's Laboratory?
Yeah.
Am I the only one?
The cartoon?
Yeah.
Somebody, buddy, a gift from it the other day for some reason.
Man.
But you can see, I mean, Dong had a flush draw and plenty of equity there, and he was able to rob him of that equity by going all in. So he did accomplish what he was looking to do.
But the tape recorder like skips, and like so this is on like repeat on the part that's teaching him how to say cheese omelet.
Okay.
Like the whole time, so like he wakes up and like the only thing he's like physically able to say is omelette du fromage.
Oh my god, I actually remember that episode specifically.
He's like an international sensation.
Steven, always the conversation starter. Talking about some cheese or something.
I just remember he had like a
Dexter's Laboratory. You ever see that cartoon?
No.
And it's like his nemesis like loved her and stuff, like, you know. Yeah, Dee Dee, yeah.
All right, we got JD opening the button, and this is another one of those hands that make a decent flop call in the small blind. Plays very well post flop, has a lot of clarity, and you don't want to get blown off your equity by raising and then potentially getting 4-bet. Either way is good. Dong comes along as well.
Dong electing to 3-bet with the 6-4. Gonna flop bottom pair. JD with a gut shot.
Did Dong 3-bet?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
I think it was a 125, 125, and then
Oh, I
Dong
see
made
now.
it
Yep.
100.
Yep. Then that makes sense why he is c-betting this board. He's going to have the range advantage here. And you can see Dong has the discipline. He thinks three-way with both of them calling a c-bet. One of them is likely to have an ace here. Does not think he's going to get it through with his current image. JD deciding whether or not he needs to bluff as well, and Kenny takes it down with just a pair of tens.
Nice pot there, propping 3,200.
A lot of money for tens.
Yeah.
Snap it by bet though, right? You snap call if I bet? Yeah. Whatever he does,
JD's asking him if he should have bluffed. Poker players are notorious for telling the truth.
You weren't caught. I missed the bet. I could have bought that pot. I know it. I bet.
This is why I don't tell people anything. As soon as you say something, he's like, no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, one of the nice things about JD's hands is he's got a lot of options there in position on that kind of flop. He can either improve the nuts or he can decide to turn his hand into a bluff if he misses. So he's got a lot of variability there.
I was not told.
I'm going to believe you. It makes me feel better about myself.
The shuffle complete, the hand blinds are up. 300, 600, 600.
If you're just now joining us here in the live stream, we're streaming our high stakes quarter 50 here live from Dallas, Texas. Listen to the voices of Derek and Danny here tonight.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Excited to be here.
Some raggedy hands here going to the flop, and I think Kenny's actually going to have the best hand here with bottom pair.
Yeah, Kenny with a very nice flop here. Bottom pair, overcard, backdoor flush, and wheel draws. A lot of opportunities to barrel on turns and rivers. I like his decision to bet here, and he takes it down.
Do blinds post you when you miss, or does it just skip you? They do.
I post you,
Should we make him straddle 100?
Let's just play this hand really quickly.
All right, Steven straddles 100.
Steven, you want to straddle?
All right.
You knew it. You knew it. All
Looks
right.
like the straddle is on.
It's the 800.
I mean, it's some quick business to attend to. I didn't want anyone to think I was ducking. So I didn't wash my hands.
Oh, thanks, man.
I'm out.
It's understandable in the situation.
So I know you have been recently promoted to floor. Have you had opportunity to play as much, or are you just kind of too busy right now?
Definitely less. I mean, so like almost the entire month of February I was training for floor, so I think that month I only logged like 20 hours, so a lot less when I normally play in a month. But the past few months I've been able to play kind of the same amount. So,
Nice.
I mean, I tell a lot of our viewers and people that say hi to me,
What's up, bro?
any day of the week you could probably see me here.
How are you? Nice to see
Maybe
you.
except for like Sunday.
Thanks, man. That's my stream trick.
Can
Ari
hear
here
the
with
That's the
flop
big one, the
another
25.
3-bet with the suited ace wheel. Very aggressive.
What about you, Dan? I know you've been trying to focus on some other things the past year.
Yeah, I've just been very busy with a new enterprise of mine. I learned how to code a couple years ago and started working for a friend of mine's company called Verified Athletics, and it's been taking off, and so I just haven't had quite as much time to play lately. But I love whenever I get an invite to the stream to come play on Wednesdays, and that kind of takes my fill away.
Yeah, I think actually the first time I ever met you here at TCH Dallas, one of our first conversations was you talking about what the athletics thing. So yeah, you've been really working on that for about 2 years now, right? So it's been a while.
Yeah,
Maybe longer now?
it's been longer than that. I've been working for them for probably about 3 years in a smaller capacity, and then since this past year, full time. And it's really taken off, so I've had to put a little bit more of my focus and energy into that. At the same time, I will always be a poker player. I'll always love poker and play whenever I get an opportunity to. So instead of being a bad reg, I'm a good recreational now.
I know. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's something to do with like prospects, right? Sport, like athletic prospects. For
Yeah,
college?
so we are a recruiting service for college athletics. The college's athletic departments are our customers. So we work with them and offer them various recruiting tools and databases, artificial intelligence analysis, along with many other things. And so far, they're loving it. So
That's awesome. I
we're
hope
becoming the premier product in the marketplace.
I wish you all the success in that. That's awesome.
Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun learning new skills. Learning how to code is similar and it's rewarding to poker, where you're trying to solve a puzzle and you get a little endorphin rush at the end of it. So
I try
a lot of
to like, get good at
similarities.
poker rather than like getting good at shuffling chips. You know?
Thank you for the kind words, Daniel, and I imagine Danny appreciates the kind words as well.
He's just being nice. I know how you really feel.
So sad seeing Super Regs retire. He's not
No,
retiring.
I'm not
Yeah,
retired.
he's not
Yeah,
retiring.
I'll always be a poker player. It's just, and for the next few years, my focus on poker is going to be secondary to this job. Hopefully, once all the products are built out, I'll be able to have it be more of a passive income situation, and then jump back into poker full time.
Makes you sound real smart, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's if Daniel retired, if it's Daniel retiring, it's like saying it's the equivalent of what Fedor retiring like 4 years ago,
Yeah,
right?
nobody retires.
Yeah, he retired, and he was like, "Oh, I'll play another $1 million tournament and win it."
Yeah, I laugh at poker players that tell me they're retiring.
Right.
You're a poker player, you're always a poker player. It's in the blood. The thing is, I've been playing poker for so many years now, and you go through ups and downs, ebbs and flows of wanting to play more, wanting to play less. And so having other opportunities, other skill sets, in my opinion, for longevity is very important. So I'm really glad I took on this venture to have other opportunities, guaranteed income. and just makes poker a lot more fun and easy to play when you do play.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a solid argument, right? That if you didn't have that that venture, and then if you didn't have TCHLs, those two things combined, you might not even be playing poker anymore, right? Because you might be burnt out, you wouldn't have found such a good room, you know, a multitude of factors.
Absolutely, and I was burnt out before I came to Dallas. Like I said, a lot of the people at the table were very miserable in other cities, and it just wasn't fun to play. And when you come to Dallas, it's fun to play. And I can't stress how important that is if you're going to be playing professionally in the long run.
And we've seen a lot of aggression here from Ari, and that's going to continue here with the King Jack of Diamonds. Get a 4 exit from the small blind.
Really no good place
Looks like a 4-bet as well.
with a good shot of this.
I think he notices Dong has been pretty out of line at this point. We've said 4-bet, and Dong is not in the folding mood.
Tried a big stall in the bathroom.
Yeah, the bathroom.
With the flop there for Ari.
Yeah, very good flop.
Like, yeah, take the balls, just like walk up and just like tweet on the table and just start talking to your camera.
I don't know, maybe in front of the place outside. There's not a lot of good places.
I could, but we just wouldn't have the same energy.
Yeah, it's not very glamorous out there.
I think he thinks Dong is going to be very aggressive in this spot, so he didn't want to. He has so much equity on that flop that he didn't want to get blown off of it. If Dong decided to turn his hand into a bluff. That being said, he's got such a strong hand with so much equity that he can go either way.
Well, I've never made that much, but
and even though it's a very strong flop, you need to realize it's a full bet pot, so ranges are very condensed, and both players, in theory, will have very strong ranges. So King High will, while has a lot of equity, might not be the best hand there very often. Just so happens Dom missed it completely though and has to fold.
Yeah, one of the spots where he has the 4 deuce off.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I played yesterday or 2 days ago. It's a small one, but it was fun. Just whoever has a fun stream, I'll play them.
Yeah, Don, it's funny though because you know, even though I won't lose my job, my swings in poker are still a lot bigger than my paycheck. So you know, if I have a couple losing sessions on stream, I still lose for the month.
Huh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I edited the first 100, and now he's edited the next 110. Actually, no, I had another guy for like 40, and then he's edited like the last 50.
I'm gonna save money.
70, 300.
All right, Don with the raise, and Moneymaker decides to flat with the ace-jack in position. Similar to what I mentioned earlier with ace-queen, ace-jack does make a good call in position to keep your opponent's dominated range in. I do expect if he does 3-bet, Dong is going to fold all of his worst ace-x hands. He'd rather continue with lower connected cards that doesn't interact with Moneymaker's 3-betting range. So I do like just a flat there occasionally in position. And this river could get Dong in trouble for a single bet. It is a pretty connected board. I do expect Moneymaker to go for a small value here. Dong actually knows this isn't an easy spot, but I don't think he can give up at the same time.
Yeah, it's one of those spots he can't fold, but he knows he's probably losing a high percentage of the time there.
Exactly. Nice size bet by Moneymaker, guarantees to get called by all the ace-x hands.
And look at this, JD the big winners right now. Wolfgang profiting a nice 5K. Can't complain about that. Everyone else pretty much even or stuck piles.
Yeah, it looks like we've got at least a round of straddles, but I'm guessing I wouldn't be surprised if the straddle stays on the rest of the night. And so we could easily dwarf that 50K pot that JD won earlier.
Me and that kid right there with the headphones on. Yeah, he's cool. We played a hand like a week ago at the 2-5, and I made a huge fold, which in hindsight I shouldn't have folded. I just thought he was a Swedish guy who was definitely not bluffing on the river. And
not the most misguided hypothesis.
so I made a great fold, which was not the right decision, but it's gotten. I posted a video of it on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Reels, and it's gotten like 1.3 million views.
Wow.
And
I'm gonna have to check it out.
he didn't. She
Yeah,
showed one
Wolfgang
card,
posted a video
which
with
was an
1.3
interesting card to
million
show.
views.
He had
Definitely check out
he
his
got some votes
Instagram and
flushes with
Twitter.
that card.
He says he's also on
I didn't put his
TikTok
face
as
in it,
well
so
for those younger kids that use that.
apologize,
I
because
don't
he
personally
couldn't
don't use
make
it. I
him
imagine
Never
you.
heard of it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I've heard of it, but I've never had a chance to go on there myself.
I only have it downloaded because my fiance is really into TikTok, so she'll like send me videos on it, so I can actually just open it on there.
Nice.
But I don't actually ever use it.
It's okay. You can tell me you use it all day, every day. I won't judge you.
I use Instagram quite frequently though, because a lot of people that I follow in poker are on Instagram, like you or JD, Mallory, you know, Poker Ash, a lot of people.
Very nice C-bet there by Wolfgang, getting a better hand to
was gonna go
fold,
that viral, but if I knew it, I would
playing his range
probably
advantage.
just thrown him in, and then
on
if
an
he didn't
A-side
want to
board.
just blur him out.
So you have like
Whoever said Wolfgang would be scared money, he is showing you otherwise. Second biggest
Yeah,
winner so
I mean,
far
it's just
tonight.
more like, the biggest thing is view duration for short videos. So if someone watches your whole video through and then goes back again to the beginning, that's huge. They'll keep pushing it to more people. After that, it's
Wolfgang is talking his
and
GTO
engagement.
video
So
making
that one was a good
strategy.
video because
It's actually
I
not too
made a
far off of
very,
what
very
David, our
tight fold on
producer
the
for
river.
our YouTube channel, talks about a lot when I do talk to
Everyone
him.
thought I made the wrong choice, obviously, 'cause
He's
they
like
were
gets really
internet
excited.
pro.
He's like, look at the
Like,
view
oh, I
duration
never
on
fold
this.
that,
They're
I
like,
fold
our
that,
viewer
you
retention's
know, all
actually
this
been
stuff.
really good on
And
this
so it
one
has, like,
stream.
1,000 comments.
Yeah, I love when people talk analytics.
you get like good, you get good like demographic information that's like video specific. Is that right? Or
You mean this, like the age and the
Our
gender and
TikTok
stuff?
actually does pretty well, I think.
is that just in general on your channel?
When he manages to put some highlight videos of like the big pots.
Yeah, you
or
can
Oh,
see
very
the
cool.
specific
I didn't know you guys did that.
generals, your entire channel over the last like 20
I do enjoy
years.
watching them on Instagram
In
though,
general,
whenever
my
they're
channel is
posted.
like
Yeah.
95% men from the age of like 18.
Yeah, so David, who you saw earlier on the stream, that's the one who handles all that and works on all our
very
short
nice.
form content and long form.
Which is why I get hit up by a lot of
Yeah, a lot of respect
very
to
big companies
David.
like
I know how much work that can be.
Manscaped hit me up.
It's a full-time job.
Yeah, putting up short videos, it takes a lot longer than that to put them together.
Oh,
I don't know what it's called.
yeah, I know.
A lot of people get into the vlogging game and only to realize how much work it is and don't stay for too long.
Oh, I should hit him up. Yeah. If I ever need my rent paid.
All right, Mr. Delivery a little card dead so far. Usually we see him getting a little more involved,
I make poker
but he
videos,
hasn't
just
really had anything to
the
play
cash
with.
games,
So
usually it's like
hopefully
2-5
we'll
or 5-10.
get to see some more out of him
Really
soon.
don't play this big ever, but I have been more recently like on the Hustler streams because it's really, really good exposure. Here and there.
You know, I don't think the table has
I'll do
seen
all the
too
ones
many
that are
RE
close by, you know.
showdowns, so they might think he's getting a little out of
Last year I
line.
went to, a month ago I went to
Although
Paris
all of
for
his
the
hands have
Evening
been
in
pretty
Paris.
standard so
And
far,
then I
but
went
he
to
has
St.
had a
Martin
lot of free bets and opens.
for that one last year.
So I'm curious to see how the table's going to respond, especially a player like Dong. I wouldn't be surprised if they got into a 3, 4, 5 bet dynamic
Out there,
with how
I
deep
have
they
like
are.
2 phones, and then one of them will be set up like this, and then one I'll take notes on, and then I have
And
a
another
Canon
nice
camera
spot
that
for
I'll take
Ari.
shots
I
of.
do expect him to c-bet this
For
board.
me, I don't really.
get permission from everybody at the table to post them?
No, if people step into this room,
And I
they,
don't
their
think
membership
Kenny
like
nor
waives their
Moneymaker
consent
can
to being
continue
on
here.
camera or something like that.
Another nice hand
But
from
out of
Ari.
respect to them, if somebody tells me like, please don't put me in, I'm not.
You know, he
gonna
lost
do
that big
anything
pot
about it.
early,
I'll
and
just
he's
tell
still
my editor
blasting
and blur his
away
face.
appropriately. A lot of players get gun shy after they lose. They have monster under the closet syndrome, but you can see Ari is continuing to play well through the
You want
downswing.
the punts? I promise.
Yeah, only put hands I lose.
Honestly, like it's good for you. Right? It's been good, really good for me.
I don't know if I could take, like, self-esteem wise, I don't know if I could take, like, all the chat bros.
Yeah, Don, how do you do it?
Don't read the comments ever.
They're gonna be like, he's so fucking gay, I can't believe he did that.
Yeah. Don't read the comments.
Play your hand, Steven. God damn.
Have we only played together in Chicago?
Yeah, I've been folding every hand and he's blinding away.
I was trying to think if we ever played here together.
Trying to make it the final table, Don. Gonna pull my way there.
No, here, we played a 5-10 in Chicago together, right?
Yeah.
Or you came up behind me one time or something.
I've been in Texas for years.
You've been here for a year?
I haven't.
Oh, yeah.
Another blind versus blind hand. Moneymaker versus Yacht Club.
I did.
And while that might look a little suspicious to most people, Yacht Club raising with the Jack 2, It is actually a pretty standard spot where you're going to have a lot more raises in position. When Moneymaker flats there, he could be doing that with his entire range. So Yacht Club is going to want to raise there with his strongest and weakest hands. And Jack 2 would fall into the weakest hands category. It doesn't flop very well, so he wants to try to take it down right there. Nice hand, Yacht Club.
You know, and because he did limp, you know, Moneymaker is keeping his range very wide, so he's just attacking the weakest part of Moneymaker's range there.
Absolutely, and he has position, so I actually really like that raise. You might see a flop, hit a jack, and Moneymaker might have jack 5, jack 6 for a better kicker. But when you raise there, you get Moneymaker to fold a lot of those better hands, and takes it down right there.
The straddle pot here, Wolfgang with pocket fours. Moneymaker, see the single ace of clubs showing. Must be some kind of Broadway holding.
Yeah, likely a suited ace X or ace high Broadway. Putting a little bit of pressure on Wolfgang. 900 more to call, and they're about 10K, 11K effective. So it's a pretty close spot, but I don't think they're quite deep enough for him to call with a pair of fours. So I do like the decision to fold. Nice discipline lay down there by Wolfgang. And you'll notice with the $100 straddle on, some of the players are now opening to 250 instead of, or 2.5x instead of 3x. Now that the stacks are a little shorter effectively, this allows them to kind of continue playing a wide range and deal with 3-bets a little bit more profitably. You can see when he makes a 300 and Moneymaker puts in a 4x 3-bet, now stack sizes are a lot shorter and it's harder to continue with the hand like pocket fours.
He played 2 strings. He lost both. Then after he played more?
I don't know, I just wanted to hear if it's okay.
I know, I messaged him.
Man, this is hard. I have nothing but respect for the announcers that do this. It is hard to speak your thoughts in real time. A lot of tripping over your own tongue.
You're doing a great job, Danny, and I think a lot of our viewers are enjoying it.
Thanks. I hope you guys are having a good time here tonight. Finally, Mr. Delivery here gets a hand. Comes in for a 3-bet over Dong, who, you know, I like his decision to size up here. He knows Dong is not in a folding mood. He's probably going to continue with 100% of his opening range. So I really like that decision, Mr. Delivery, to increase his raise size.
Sam Clark? Yeah. I gave him some action at the end there.
Yeah, over 4x here.
Yeah.
And Donga does defend with the 5 deuce on the button.
That was at the other place, right?
He is out of position. So I do like increasing the size a little bit more while out of position to try to incentivize Dong to fold and to get a lower SPR to negate the pre-flop advantage.
That's a call from Dong with just the 5 high, and Deliver gonna turn middle set.
Yeah, I think
second set, excuse me.
I think Delivery can go either way with a small C-bet like he did, or a check. He does have the queen of hearts, so he's not as afraid of certain runouts. Obviously, he decides to C-bet and turning an absolute dream card. And with 2 flush draws and straight draws out there, I wouldn't be surprised for him to go for a very large sizing right here. Probably close to pot. He actually probably wants to set up a pot-sized river jam, so I like this 2/3 size better. If Don calls, he'll have a lot of options to either go all in the river or to go for a small value size. Don has nothing and does decide to give it up.
Yeah, nice head there for Delivery. GB here, with, imagine a little bit of a joke here in the chat. Is that Vanessa Selps in the 8 seat?
That's the guy who will sweep it 10%. Boom, call it.
It's Mr. Delivery, absolutely.
That was good.
Yeah, right, nice, well played.
Yeah, there's a fun joke in the poker world that Doug Polk and Vanessa Selps look alike, so they always make that joke with each other. Apparently, Mr. Delivery is part of that threesome, so.
It starts like slow and then.
I mean, now that he's mentioning it, the hairstyle's actually pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah, I agree. I can see it.
Yeah, I got asked, I was like, yeah, play tournaments, like, you know. And then I called off, and they're just like, oh, this fucking moron. He was mad, and then I showed my hand, I had ace jack.
Honestly, fold around to the small blind here.
I almost mad.
You and George were both mad.
Yeah. Like, it felt like I lost the hand. Like, that is dumb.
All right, I do expect Mr. Delivery to continue here. If you recall, most of the time this hand flops very well. Another blind versus blind spot. Both ranges are going to be very
There's no
wide.
way I win before you even saw his hand. You said, there's no way you're good.
Yeah, I said to you that. What?
You can see another common strategy, bet very small. He bets one big blind, takes it down. I also wouldn't mind to see a check on that specific board. You're not very afraid of many turn or river cards, and your opponent's going to likely miss very often. So sometimes you can get more value by checking and keeping your opponent's range wide. He does only have a 7 kicker, so he can't really get value from other kings. So any part of the range that Steven hits will continue anyway.
Hey, look at that, Kimmy Stone in the chat. How's it going? Welcome to the live stream channel.
I respect him. He went into the wall.
Kimmy says that he thinks Steven should check there on the turn. I think specifically against Dong in this formation, where you know Dong is tilting and floating light, that could be definitely a really good play.
Stuff like that. I did Juice World one year. And
I think either option's probably good in my opinion. And Kimmy, it's great to see you. Another Dallas local player, Crusher, Texas Kim.
might as well use it.
Very, very strong post-flop player, somebody who is another good player that can play a wide variety of hands and play them correctly post-flop to extract max value.
It's really heavy. Feel it, JD?
Thanks for joining us here tonight, Kim.
Yeah, that's why I have these pythons, you know.
That's right.
You like that, Chris?
Amazing.
Okay, Chris, here's your cameo.
Close up, Chris.
Point to your patch.
Point to your patch. Your patch, buddy.
See, I'm trying to make your money.
Your poor model.
The sponsors are watching.
Yeah. What full model, man?
No, I had years ago. I had like a couple like 5D Mark IIs.
Get some
Those are
limps
really
around
nice.
here.
That's honestly more than enough that I need.
Are continuing his MO, right? The aggressive route.
Like if you're like doing.
Yeah, but again, all these, like, in a vacuum, each of these spots makes a lot of sense. But when you put it all together, I wouldn't be surprised some of these players who are not familiar with him think he might be getting a little out of line. But he does decide to just go for a standard raise on the button with Jack-9 suited.
The limp re-raise from Dong. An orthodox here at these stakes. But Dong does throw this into the mix occasionally, I've seen.
Yeah, and again, Dong might think Ari's getting a little out of line and thinks he can get away with one. Doesn't flop terribly, so I don't mind the play. Nice hand, Dong.
Yeah. I used to too. I was making me feel like honestly
Thanks,
like you
Kimmy.
just like strap that.
Thank you so much, Kimmy. Kind as always. If you're just now joining us here, we're getting close to the halfway point of our stream. But if you're just hopping in here, my name is Derek. I'm one of the commentators here for TCH Live. And I'm joined by the one and only Danny Marks, one of our regular players here and live stream players on Wednesday.
Yeah, and Kimmy says it's a double suited board. He's going to bluff. So if you think Dong is going to not check back his equity with all of his suited hands and is always going to bet, then I definitely think checking there is the better play. You can either go for a check raise or have other options to get the money in by the river. Bottom line, though, is I don't think you can go wrong either way. He unblocks top pair as well, which is another benefit. So Dong can have some King X hands, which he'll have to call with. So I like a bet as well. I think either option is fine.
Yeah, I might actually ask you that.
Yeah, a little beginner tip when trying to decide, how and when you should be going for value with really strong hands like sets are sometimes it's actually better to fast play the lower sets because your opponents are more likely to have top pair holdings and that you can get value at. So while top sets are stronger in an absolute sense, they might be a little harder to get value from. Usually I like flopping bottom set personally.
Bottom sets on king high ace high boards. You're just like,
Absolutely.
yes, I'm getting all the money in against against a top pair.
Absolutely.
Drinking. I had like 4 or 5 beer and I felt already very.
Although at the same time, sometimes when you're starting to talk really, really deep stack, then you can start to have some reverse implied odds getting set over set, where your opponents are not going to be stacking up with over pairs unless they also have a set. And sometimes when you're in Texas, you're 1,000 big blinds deep, and so that is a consideration when you're talking about playing hands like 4s through 6s.
Kimmy Stone here with our second super chat tonight, $4.99 super chat. Love the local commentary. The Derek/Danny combo is fire emoji. Thank you so much, Kim. That's very kind of you.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah, that's a Crusher family. Kimmy and Hayden are both very solid poker players. They have a little one at home that they're training to be a Crusher as well. I believe she's about 18 months old, but give her another 18 years and she'll be crushing on the table.
Yeah, there's already.
She's got her mom's spunk.
I think I saw Kim post on her Facebook. They made a meme out of Emmy's face where it said, Emmy says no chop in tournaments.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, they're teaching her. They have like a little poker table at their place. And
Yeah.
Like, Emmy will be like, no seat.
Where it's like,
Or she'll say pocket aces. Yeah, very, very adorable child. A lot of fun seeing her grow up. Luckily, she's got her mom's looks and not her dad's. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's up,
welcome. Another Dallas local here. Always a pleasure to have you guys around. Thanks for joining us.
Have you had a chance to go to the shooting range with Eddie yet?
I have not, but I told him I definitely want to do that. So I'm looking forward to going to the shooting range and anyone else that wants to go.
Yeah, Eddie. Now that I'm back in town from my trip, we definitely have to make some time to do that. Maybe, go out for some dinner as well. Play some credit card roulette.
Oh yeah.
She says seat open now.
Oh yeah.
That's adorable. I'm just imagining that in like a little girl's voice, and my heart just melted.
Yeah, I just spent a week in Connecticut. My best friend out there, he's got a 4.5-year-old.
Oh man.
So it was fun.
Girl or boy?
Girl. Chloe, and it's just amazing how funny and smart these little kids are.
And they're just so genuinely
absolutely
happy and honest. There's no inhibitions, right? They don't care how awkward that might be, or they just ask you questions. They laugh about it. And,
yep. Very funny child. It was a lot of fun getting to hang out with her.
Got an interesting hand here developing. Moneymaker electing to bet his 2 pair, which I think is pretty standard here. You can get a lot of value from maybe a weak or 2 pair.
Yeah, there's a lot of missed hands there, a lot of weak hands that can call him down. So I do like his decision to value bet there with the 8 king kicker.
Not similar to that.
Oh, Kim Civil, she'll post it on Facebook. Yeah, I guess I'll show you if I can find it.
See in the future.
For 8 years, you just get tired of it, or why did you get out of it?
No, I mean, it was always, it was never something I intended to do permanently. I mean, the metaphor I always use for was like, me and photography was kind of like, it was like an 8-year relationship that I knew I should have gotten out of after 3 years. But I just stuck with her, just couldn't quite bring myself to let her go. And then finally, 8 years on, I was like, look, this isn't working.
I know the feeling, Steven. I was there myself, buddy.
It's not you, it's me. It's just not a good fit.
Talking GTO relationship advice now.
Locking it up.
I did the same thing.
You want to hear something crazy? This summer, I would have been with Lauren for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like, we still
you.
can't even fathom it. Like, when we talk about it, we're like, oh, it's a decade.
Did you guys meet in high school or
So we
college?
knew each other in high school. We didn't start dating until the summer after senior year.
Oh, wow.
So we started the relationship long distance because she went to Arkansas and I went to UT in Austin. So it was
thumbnails, all that
lucky.
good stuff.
But it worked out, and yeah, we have a house together. Things are going great.
That's awesome to hear.
planning to go to school for business.
Yeah.
So she wants to really make a business. She'd already got a little business. She's been doing some senior photo shoots, and she's done.
Yeah.
She's been
Yeah, and you got to feel for Dong here. He's been missing most flops, been having a rough night. Let's see if he can turn it around. If anyone can do it, it's definitely Dong.
Most of it by herself, but
Yeah.
a couple of things she was like an assistant or second shooter, I guess.
It's really hard to when you never make the best hand.
My friend that I started working with, her name is Dana.
You be careful of that term in Dallas, by the way.
Got it.
That's better than blank shoot.
Yeah, I was a second shooter for you.
Grassy knolls.
Oh yeah, man.
You get into it.
I'm all about it.
Wide variety of holdings here. We're going to see what's probably going to be a four-way pot here.
Another Texas heads-up pot.
Let's see here.
Looks like Dong flops the best hand with a pair of sixes.
He's going to lead out here. Dong donking out into the field.
Interesting spot to lead out. I think he might think that Wolfgang is going to have a lot of big overcard type hands that are likely going to check back, and he doesn't want to see as many turn cards. He wants to protect his equity and take the lead right now. I don't mind the play. It does clear out the overcard equity, and now he might get called by a hand that's worse. Nice hand from Dong. Yeah, for example, if he checks there and the pre-flop raiser decides to check back, let's say a jack comes on the turn, even though that didn't improve anybody, or maybe a king comes on the turn, now he's not going to be as comfortable betting his hand. He's not going to know where he's at as much. So while he's got the range advantage, he decides to lead out. Pre-flop raisers are going to check back a lot of 10 high boards multi-way.
Say your daughter's like looking to go to school for business, like it's a really great thing. I know people who've done have gone through and done the business school route, and I know people who've been really successful, just like working really hard at the business.
Are you much of a board game player, Danny?
I love all sorts of games. I love strategy games. I've played everything growing up. I played computer games. I was a StarCraft guy growing up.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know because Steven, me, and a few other people, we recently lost one of our board game player guys that in our play group. Todd, he recently went back to England. So he was like, we need to find someone else. I was like, I think Danny's actually kind of interested because I mentioned to him, I was like, he kind of got into Magic, and usually Magic players and Poker players go hand in hand already, and then we add that on top of like board games stuff. It's gonna be a fun thing.
Yeah, any games that require interesting decision making, I've always been a fan of. From chess to poker to games that are a little more mixed between luck and skill. My favorite game growing up was Stratego.
Yeah, I played that a lot as a kid.
Yeah, and Risk, obviously.
Well, definitely keep you in mind then. Wolfgang gonna turn a straight.
Interesting spot here. Both players turn a straight.
Both of them do.
But there are 3 spades on the board.
Apologize for that noise. I think the player might have forgotten to turn their mic off.
Yeah, there's a little bit of allergies going on right now in Dallas area, so.
Yeah, I can't blame them, whoever they are.
I think Wolfgang's trying to figure out how he can make the most money here. He does decide to go for a raise.
Second last hand that he lost to a 450K pot to airball or airball. I guess it was like a 3 or 4 bet pot. I think it was where airball just had like queen jack taking the.
He probably wants to protect against spades coming. At the same time, I probably would just call here, but I'm not 100% sure. I have to think it over a little bit.
Murky flop bottom set and was just calling him down. So he lost some massive.
You're going to get called by a pretty strong range here, where if you don't decide to raise, you're going to keep some more bluffs in. You might want to get some value from single spade hands like ace x of spades, 2 pairs, sets, etc. But let's see if he goes for another value bet. I like a small value bet here on a 4-liner, something like 3rd pot or less.
1,000 or 1,100. Wow,
He
it
does
goes
decide to go for a big
very
bet.
big here, which surprises me.
Yeah, I think it's the very next hand.
And they're going to chop it up. Yeah, I'm just not sure if he's going to get called by anything worse for that sizing. So I like to bet small, kind of put his sets, two-pair type hands in a tough position. If he's got the ace of spades, that's another tough spot.
Yeah, like ace-7 with the ace of spades. Any kind of two-pair, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But nice hand by both players, and they chop it up.
Yeah, I kind of overheard a little bit of what JD was talking about with the Nick Airball Berkey stuff going. Have you followed any of that? I know you're a little bit. You kind of on Twitter a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. You know, what we all need in our lives is more drama, and so it's been a good week or two for poker drama for sure. Yeah, I think they pretty close to even match after day 3 and week 1. So.
And the king of diamonds is a royal.
I heard that there was some kind of hand where Berkey flopped the straight flush.
Imagine flopping
Oh, they're talking about it right now.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about now. Yeah, so Berkey flopped a straight flush with 7-8 of diamonds and 9-10 jack, and Airball rivered a royal flush to beat the straight flush. A one-card royal, to be fair.
Yeah, he turned the nut flush with the king of diamonds, and then because there's the ace of diamonds on the turn, and then rivered the royal with the 10 diamonds.
Yeah, and they had just played the biggest pot of the session, the hand before that, so Berkey was short stacked going into that hand. Don asked me, am I team Berkey? I don't know if I should be saying this, but is it possible for both of them to lose? No, I don't know. Just for the pro poker player's sake, I probably would prefer Berkey to win, but I don't really have a strong dog in this fight.
Yeah, I don't have a dog in the fight either. Yeah, it's like kind of whatever for me.
I just want the drama. I'm team drama.
Whatever brings more attention to poker, I think it's fine. I'm in the commentating business. So.
Yeah.
I mean, everything.
I think Berkey and Doug are both great for poker. They both do a lot for the game. But just like everybody else, they have their flaws, and sometimes you like to see pain. So.
I hope so.
You got Berkey too?
I mean, you have like pieces of them, or
no?
We just Berkey.
I would. I'll buy them. I do not know
Honestly,
Berkey.
Like, I would have taken Berkey up to like -200.
I wouldn't have gone that far.
Is there like lines on it?
Yeah.
Wow. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Getting a call here from both players here. Delivering a check, and let's go check on the turn. And a rivered a miracle ace on the river.
It's a big favor, but I think -200 is.
Yeah, I mean the thing like with guys like.
All right, Don's a little overdue for hitting some hands, so let's see how delivery plays this. Pretty tough spot here. He might want to consider a block lead. He can get called by horse, and he can set his own price. At the same time, it might be a little hard to get called by horse, so I think it's a close spot. He does decide to go for a very tiny 10% pot blocker. This is a very advanced play, and Dong is not going to fall for it. He does make him pay, and so now Mr. Delivery might think he's being bluffed, and might turn this flop hand into a call. Let's see what he comes up with. Yeah, this is not an easy spot. Ace high flushes did get there, but there are still a lot of missed draws. So let's see what he does. Nice fold.
Nice hand.
Sometimes you think the player that's losing and playing a lot of hands is getting out of line, but it's important to stay disciplined and just try to read the moment and see, what makes sense here. And I think that's a good fold with tens.
Danny Chen really wants the Cashman versus Marks heads up for rolls.
I mean, I want to beat Cashman, send him back to college, show these young punks us old guys still got it. So come on, Cashman, it's on. No, I'm just kidding. Cashman is another young local professional here. Very strong player, but even a better human being. I wish nothing but success for him. It's been a lot of fun watching him rise up from 1-2 to the biggest games in Dallas. Very strong player.
Yeah, and last I talked to him, he still has aspirations to actually go to UT Austin for business
very
school.
cool.
So I think it's in his near future,
Yeah.
which I highly recommend. Like when he told me that, I was like, oh, dude, I'm actually kind of proud of you for doing that, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, all you young players out there, I've been there myself. I know everybody wants that dream of being a poker player, but it is not easy. If you have other opportunities in life, there's always time to play poker. Get your education, try other experiences, and poker will always be waiting for you. Umid, man, I'm getting challenges left and right. Umid wants to play me heads up. Let's go, buddy. I'm in. Umid's another fun player to play with around here. Really, really nice guy. Haven't played with him in a while. Hope you're doing well, Umid. Haven't seen you, buddy.
I need to see this now.
The thing I know with Umid, if you're a nit, he will not play with you. Actually, since we're on the heads up topic here, have you ever studied any heads up, Danny?
So I used to play quite a bit of heads up back in the day, in the full tilt days. I played a lot of sit and goes, and for probably about 6 months, I was playing exclusively heads up sit and goes. So I did a lot of studying Nash equilibrium charts for 3-bet shoving ranges. That being said, the strategies have gotten a lot more complex since then, so I don't expect I'd be very good anymore. But I still have a reasonable amount of experience for someone who doesn't play much heads up these days. Yeah, I used to have a lot of fun watching the old, strategy content videos for heads up players. But again, one of the really fun things about No Limit Hold'em in the past 5, 6, 7 years is the introduction of solvers and just new methods of studying. So it's been a lot of fun trying to relearn the game and try to integrate it with my live experience from the past 20 years.
So Wolfgang, thinking about the Jack 4 raise here? The old Robbie? I think so.
Wolfgang getting out of line, putting on a show with the Jack 4. Whoever called him a nit, he's showing you who the nit is with a 3-bet to 925. Probably going to take it down, too. Pretty small sizing, yes. So Ari may decide to peel here, but I prefer to be suited if we're going to peel here with a hand like this, but he might just be getting too good of a price.
And Queen 9 does play pretty poorly, even in position. Also, wow, he goes for the 4-bet.
Yeah, it does decide to put in the 4-bet instead. If you're going to continue, I do prefer a 4-bet over a flat here with a hand like this. You do block a lot of Wolfgang's stronger hands like queens and ace-queen. Might be thinking Wolfgang is getting a little on the line. Really nice to see Ari here, putting in a lot of aggressive plays. You can see he comes from the Mr. Delivery school of poker.
And it's interesting actually to see Ari put on the 4-bet here with this exact holding, just because we haven't really seen Wolfgang get out of line, right? I mean, in the few hands he has played, he's had very strong holdings.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he read something into the sizing. He doesn't think Wolfgang is going to use that sizing with some of his stronger hands. With a raise and a call, I would have expected more of like a 4x 3-bet there. So very nice in the moment read there by Ari.
Yeah, it was 100.
Yeah, JD's
They are not playing the Jack 4 game, and yeah, I totally agree with you there, Kimmy. It's kind of revitalized certain aspects of poker for a little bit there.
Yeah, I wonder how much money Robbie's made for people by forcing others to punt with Jack 4. Yeah, I'm just not going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to punt with Jack 4. I'll punt with other hands, but not Jack 4.
That's the only thing I could win.
Definitely agree with you, Kimmy. Yeah, it's. I remember.
Because it made you more money.
I just remember being at home and I had a group text just going crazy, and they're like, "Turn on that stream now." And they, like I think I spent like 2 hours rewatching that whole thing and watching the Joey Ingram thing for the rest of the night. And Lauren was sitting there right next to me. She had no idea what was going on. She was like really interested. She's like, "What's going on?" Like, We had it on our TV, but she was just sitting there right next to me. The person that does not play any poker was like interested in it because she was like, "Oh, what's going on? Like, did she cheat? Did she not cheat?" Like,
Yeah, that definitely rocked the poker world. It's interesting to see it. I mean, it hit the mainstream. There were articles, I believe, in the LA Times as well. So it's
it was literally on the news in LA, like the local news, I think.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, so it's been fun seeing poker get a little bit of outside notoriety as well, including this Berkey heads-up match. I think has hit a little bit of mainstream as well.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the last time poker had this much mainstream notoriety or mainstream, I guess, traction was the Mike Postle situation, right? So.
Yeah. All right, looks like the players are going to do a flip here on the dealer change. I will be right back.
Huh? Like in the game or like in the
And while we were figuring out the flip here, I got the short message here from Wolfgang Poker regarding the meetup game in Houston.
Not too much
Stay
strategy
tuned for
on my
this.
end once you see my hand. Guys, Wolfgang here. I'm here in Dallas at TCH, but on April 20th and 21st, I'm heading all the way down to Houston. That's right, they just opened up a new card room there, and I'm gonna come out to meet a bunch of you guys. The 20th is gonna be a live stream on their YouTube channel, TCH Live, and that's gonna be at 5:10. You guys are gonna wanna watch that. On the 21st, I'm hosting a meetup game from 7 p.m. to midnight. Anyone can make the vlog, and who knows, I might put a bang sticker on you if I'm lucky, not you. I'll see you guys there.
That's right, a meetup game and live stream for Wolfgang Poker coming very soon here in April. On April 20th at 6 p.m. we're going to have a 5:10 live stream from our new live stream setups down in Houston. And on Friday, the next evening, 7 p.m. to midnight, you heard it from Wolfgang, a meetup game. You can get in any of his vlogs by playing with him that night. It should be a lot of fun for y'all Houston players.
I actually am very good.
Instead of my hand.
Back in the action here. It looks like we're going to start off with the PLO flip. For the second half of the stream, we got
The last stream
Aaron
we played, I won 3 flips.
dealing the second half of our stream.
You got a queen?
I got ace of hearts now.
I don't even need another.
Thank you so much to Jessica for dealing the first half.
Free rolling.
Ace of spade,
You
right?
got the ace of spades?
Yeah.
Bullshit me. You would have shown him by now.
Nah,
Is this something?
I don't have anything. God damn.
2 pair. 2 pair.
Ace 7.
You do have the ace of spades. Damn.
Flop 9. Flip these over or what?
You have anything, Steven?
Wow.
got him.
Somehow I have ace high.
Alright, pair jacks.
3, 4.
I got
Ace 7. Ace 7.
Wheel.
Got a wheel.
So you get two cams. Ace 5.
And we push. Yeah, somebody have a flush. Who's got a flush?
Nobody got
Somebody got a flush for there it is. There it is. Oh, there it is. Somebody find a flush and fuck Kyle over. You know? It's like, Kyle's out the window. No. Everybody recheck your hands. No. Yeah.
Bang signature sound bad. Yeah, I mean, now that you put it like that, Kimmy. But I totally agree. He's a very nice guy. I've had the privilege of playing with him a few times. Very down to earth man, and definitely just likes the great content. You know, and for Wolfgang and a lot of the young poker vloggers out there like Next Gen Poker, they've really kind of spurred the interest for a lot of our young poker players out there. So I mean, I definitely remember when Next Gen was first coming around in the Dallas area, and at TCH Dallas we saw a lot of new young players playing. From all the way from recent high school graduates to college age students, and it's always very cool to see a wide variety of players. Excuse me. Ugh.
Chris figured it out. He's like, those flips, they're negative EV because they take money out, give it to crew, and then you got to tip afterwards. So it's like, I probably don't need a flip.
Oh, okay, yeah. Kimmy says, you've been playing, Derek? I have been, but I've been playing a lot of PLO actually the past month. I've been kind of getting into that, and I've been enjoying it so far, and I've had some decent success at it.
They're bringing in the viewers.
I'm 4 players.
Sorry, vloggers. I almost didn't recognize you in blue.
Check.
I almost didn't recognize you in blue.
300.
Kimmy, I know you've been playing a lot more 2 cards lately. Have you had any chance to play any 4 card? Moneymaker going to bet his top pair good kicker holding here on this relatively dry board. Going to get called by Wolfgang with the second pair backdoor spades. King on the turn. Kind of trouble there for Wolfgang, as he now turns two pair. Moneymaker with a hammer lock on this hand now.
All right. Did I miss anything exciting? Who won the flip?
Actually, I don't know. I was playing an ad, so I think I missed
no
that.
worries, no worries. As long as it wasn't Ari, you can't win more than one on your first day. Pretty tough spot here, actually, for Wolfgang. I did just come into the hand late. Does make a good discipline late on. Knows Moneymaker is not messing around as much.
Yeah, there's not really much you're hoping to hit on the river. I mean, other than a 7, and then even then, you're just kind of valuing yourself.
Yeah, and you're not going to really be sure where you're at on the river. You're just trying to get the showdown as cheaply as possible.
Kimmy says she's been playing some round of each, and yeah, the few times I've been able to play round of each, Kimmy, I've really enjoyed that as well. I mean, the room that I played it in had, for the place I played it in had like no PLO games, so like there's some PLO players that came over because originally we had it at a 1-3 with a one hand of PLO in orbit, and then like 3 PLO players came over and like, if y'all change it around to each, we'll join y'all. And we're like, okay, join us. Like, so we changed it to 1-3 round of each, and that's a great game.
And a lot of for a lot of you new poker players that got into the game playing No Limit Hold'em, I highly recommend trying other games out. There's so many great poker formats out there, including PLO. I even played with Cooper here, our producer, a little mixed game where we played some Deuce 7 triple draw, along with some other games where he scammed me out of a lot of money. But definitely, poker is a very vast game, or sea of games, I should say. So,
as I like to say, you're a poker player, not a no limit player.
Exactly,
There's poker. There's so many different games.
Yeah, you mentioned wanting to play some of the mixed game tournaments at the World Series of Poker. I was actually thinking the same thing. If I have time, I would love to play the $1,500 horse, the $1,500 PLO. A lot of good experience.
There's a Badoogie only tournament for the first time in the World Series this year. And I'm like that's one I'm kind of having my eye on, if I can maybe satellite into one, or get some backers for that or something.
Yep, I heard about that. And then there's another first time. I believe they're doing 5-card high-low for the first time this year. Or something along those lines.
Maybe they're including that into the big bet mix, or maybe.
No, I think they're doing a solo event this year.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think it was something Congress like.
I know Becca and.
It's a big O $1,500 event this year.
Oh, wow.
For the first time. So.
I think we'll see a lot of our players there, and I know that's Cooper's game of choice is 5-card high-low.
Yep. Yeah. Cooper showed me what's up in the mixed games the other day.
Oh, you played this past week?
Oh, no, sorry, not the other day. The other week.
Oh, okay.
I should say.
Stop picking on my friend.
But I would love to get a little more time in mixed game if you guys are still doing it on Wednesdays. I've just been pretty busy during the day.
That's totally understandable. We're definitely going to run that pretty consistently up until the World Series, because that's kind of our practice for the mixed games there.
Kimmy, why would you want him to get second when he could get first? Unless you're going to be there.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you're going to win
She's
that
going to
one.
win that one. So
I read your last comment.
We're going to battle it out heads up, and she's going to get the nut doogie, and I'll have second nuts. And somehow she'll.
You guys can chop it up and play for the bracelet.
No chop.
No.
We're playing.
Out for blood, Kimmy.
Yeah, well, I need to make plans to even go to Vegas first place, but I'll definitely take you up on that, Kimmy.
Yeah, I would only leave early if
Ari away from the table for another ace-x suited type hand. Give him a little chance to breathe. And Dong finally with a premium here. Let's see if he can get paid off after his image he's built so far tonight. Yacht Club's not going to be going anywhere with the suited queen in the straddle, defending. Pretty standard.
appreciate it.
Oh,
And
wow.
Very interesting flop here with Yacht Club with the flush draw and Dong with top pair, top kicker. I do expect a lot of money to get in the pot here.
You didn't have to play good, sorry.
Not the best turn card for Dong. It does connect with a lot of Yacht Club's floating range. That being said, Dong's hand is so strong, he can definitely put in more value. There's also a lot of pair plus draw type hands that he can get a little bit of value out now from the turn and not on the river. So I like another big bet there. Wow, Yacht Club with a very disciplined fold in
Great fold.
position. I wonder how deep he is. If he was deeper, if he might have made that call.
So Yacht Club has about 12K.
I read somewhere.
That's probably not unreasonable, right, to make another call there.
I think either play is fine. You're not drawing to the nuts, so when you do get there, you can't be quite as comfortable with value, and there's just so many strong hands there in Dong's range, so I don't mind a fold, and I wouldn't mind a call either.
You know, like they put like sprinklers on top of it.
$100 straddle will continue here tonight. These guys are playing massive. 25, 25, 50, 100 is the game, is the name of the game.
Yeah, Emmy says no chop. She needs some new diapers. She wants it all.
I don't think they even let you chop at the World Series, right? So.
Yeah, I don't think technically you have to do it on
Off
your
to
own
the side,
terms,
yeah. Which is a little sketchy.
I don't need to chop.
Yeah, just play.
Yacht Club right back in it with another premium. Opens 3.5x out of the blind, out of position. Adds a little bit extra money. Incentivize more folds. Mr. Delivery decides to come in for a 3-bet with a King 7 off. I expect him to do this a lot with hands like King 7 suited. A little more surprised to see it with the offsuit variety. But again, one of the nice things about me watching and commentating from this seat is, Steven's a much better player than I am, so it's fun to try to understand, instead of criticize plays, try to understand what they're doing so you can improve your own game.
Yeah, see the benefit in it rather than the poor side of it, right? To try to understand their thought process.
Yeah, a good tip for trying to improve your own game is when you're trying to think of a play to make an argument for all the options and see what's most logical to you. King 7 has a lot of great properties. It blocks Mr. Yacht Club's strongest hands, and it can flop. It can outflop hands like kings and queens by flopping a king. I'm sorry, it can outflop strong hands like queens and jacks by flopping a king with a high card value. So a lot of value in it, and you can see he does jump out ahead.
But it wasn't not too bad of a flop for Yacht Club either, popping a gut shot to the nuts.
I like to have a diamond in there as well, but he definitely can't fold. And there you go. Hits the nuts on the turn.
And when the queen comes out here on the turn, hands that you might be trying to get value from, like queen, jack, ace 10. I mean, obviously gets there. 9, 10.
Yeah, I think Mr. Delivery understands that was a really bad card for him. It does connect with a lot of Yacht Club's calling range. Queens in general is going to be very good for the pre-flop caller. And does decide to slow down. And let's see how much value Yacht Club goes for here on the river. I do expect a bet and a call.
When it goes check on the turn, you can imagine Delivery has a lot of one-pair holdings, right? So you want to go for the sizing that a one-pair holding could call with, right? But I think Delivery might be too smart for that to even call with a king here.
This is a great sizing against Steven's specific hand. Steven knows here he doesn't have the best bluff catcher. Again, Mr. Yacht Club is going to have quite a few strong hands here, but for that size, I don't think he can fold. He only has to be good 20% of the time.
I mean, that was a great bet there from Yacht Club. Got exactly what he wanted there from a single pair holding.
Yeah, really well played by both players.
Another $4.99 super chat from Miss Kimmy Stone. Since $10 super chat are broken for some reason, I'll send two $5 Really like the Danny Derek combo. Hint, hint, more Danny and Derek, please. Well, that's very kind of you, Kimmy, and
Yeah, thanks, Kimmy.
we'll definitely keep that in mind. But I know Danny's a busy man, but we'll definitely I'll definitely reach
Oh,
out to him.
I would always
can.
make room for the stream. This is still my favorite thing to do. Whenever I get an invite to either play or commentate, I'm here for you guys.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll keep you in mind, Danny. Yeah, I know Eugene is trying to get into more commentating and playing too lately.
Oh, nice.
So,
Yeah, I saw him on there one of the nights.
Yeah, I think he was actually slotted to commentate tonight, but I think he had some kind of situation come up. Or
yeah, he's got a
busy.
family, so he's got true real life stuff going on. Eugene's another great. Oh wow, cooler. Queens versus Kings here. Wolfgang versus Kyle. Let's see if Wolfgang decides to go for the 4-bet or just decides to call. Oh wow! And, nice fold, Mr. Delivery. Very disappointing. He knows it's an early position raise, early position 3-bet. King Queen kind of shrivels up.
Double checking his cards here. Yes, I do have the third best hand still. We'll just make the call here, and it'll be interesting what kind of flop comes out here.
Yeah, I like occasionally calling 3-bets with a hand like queens. You want to have some very strong hands in your flatting range, so when you're check calling out of position, you have some top hands that you won't be folding. I expect Kyle to c-bet his entire range on this board for a very small sizing. Goes for about third pot. And Wolfgang can go either way here. I prefer continuing to call, keep Kyle's range wide. You're not super afraid of a lot of turns or rivers. Does decide to call.
3 of hearts. The Doogie run out here.
Yeah, and in a 3-bet pot with early positions, Wolfgang will have more of the sets, but he's still not going to have a ton of them. He's going to have a lot of pairs in between. 9s and queens as well, so Kyle can feel pretty confident here going for more value. I do like another 2/3 size bet.
Let's see, if Wolfgang makes the call here, pot is going to be 4,100.
Yeah, and at this point, Wolfgang definitely can't raise. Kyle's showing a lot of strength. Wolfgang's getting exactly what he wants by playing queens this way. He's going to get a lot of value from worse hands. It just so happens Kyle's at the very top of his range.
Big river card here.
Very well
Oh,
played.
yeah, that's an action killer there.
Yeah, as played, I don't expect either player to have a lot of ace-x. If anybody does, it's going to be Kyle, who's barreling his ace-queens, ace-king, stuff like that. But I actually wouldn't be surprised if Kyle goes for more value here. I think it's a tough spot, and you can go either way, but I don't think Wolfgang's going to have any ace-x in this spot as played.
Yeah, if anyone's going to be Kyle, but he's going to check back, surprisingly.
You know, I don't think it's surprising. You know, both of them have very condensed ranges at this point, so it is a close spot. I guess I wouldn't have blamed him for value betting, but I think a check back is actually probably more standard. So very nice hand, well played by both players.
Okay. Probably could have been another big bet on that river. The ace definitely saved Wolfgang some money there.
Yeah, either way, the ace definitely slowed the action down.
All right. Nice hand there for Kyle.
Kyle wants to see like a board pairing river, stuff like that. It's going to take away combinations of Wolfgang's sets. It's also going to make his 9s through queens types hands unable to fold for another bet.
Yeah, say that river card wasn't an ace and it was the bottom card pairing, right? We definitely would have seen Kyle go for more value, targeting
100%.
Top pairs or any of the weaker over pairs that he has crushed.
And based on the action, Wolfgang's going to have a ton of middling pocket pairs and strong hands on that board.
Yeah,
so.
the 9s through queens, exactly.
Yeah. It really helps to learn how to funnel your opponent's ranges based on where they're opening from and with what frequency. Dong with another premium here. Let's see if he can get in a nice spot.
It's going to go 4 ways. Moneymaker with 1 mystery card.
4 players.
Welcome 7-5 deuce. Kyle going to flop the king high flush draw. Yacht Club with bottom set.
Oh
wow,
my gosh.
we got
and
a
Dom
hand
with an overpair. This could get dirty. 3 players with very strong hands on this board.
You know, and you just mentioned earlier how having bottom set, you'd probably more likely to fast play those kind of holdings, correct? And I think that's what we're going to see here from Yacht Club,
Absolutely.
which is what I like to see.
Yeah, I also like to see that. You want to fast play. They're going to have very strong ranges. You can get money in against overpairs now. A couple arguments against that is 7-5 deuce specifically is a very weak board where you might want to let your opponents catch up a little bit. You also have the deuce of clubs, so you're not as afraid of club runouts, although obviously the deuce of clubs isn't huge. But that being said, the vast majority of the time, I prefer fast play.
Yeah, 7 here is going to give Yacht Club deuces full, and you know, from Dong's perspective, Yacht Club really shouldn't have too many 7s. Right, so this is actually kind of a bad card for Dong.
Yeah, but that being said, when Dong bets and then continues against a raise on the flop, he is going to have a lot of strong hands, including flush draws, hands that aren't going to be folding. Speaking of flush draws, very disciplined laydown there by Kyle, flopping what he was looking for and still getting out of the way when his opponent showed strength. Very difficult spot for Dong. Let's see how much value Yacht goes for here on the river. At this point, he's got to put Dong on very strong hands, either miss flush draws or overpairs. So I do like the overbet here, going all in. He's going to fold his flush draws to any sizing anyway, and so might as well try to go for max value against the strongest portion of his range, which is his value range.
Targeting the hands like kings, aces,
absolutely,
queens,
jacks, etc. Yeah, actually, very, very well played hand by Yacht Club.
Businessman's got game.
Yeah, your biggest bets are for your biggest hands. You want to be getting as much value as you can. Dong's been sticky, plus he's going to have a lot of strong hands in this spot. And you got to feel for Dong, and you can see he's an intelligent player. He understands that Yacht could easily have him beat here. So this is not an easy call. Has to be good about a third of the time. So he knows he's going to lose most of the time when he makes this call, but he only has to be good about a third of the time to make it profitably. I do not envy Dong right now.
So I mean, if we dissect this hand here, right? Yacht Club just calling Dong's pre-flop raise, right? So you can't put it's hard. Well, I shouldn't say can't. It's hard for Yacht Club to have hands like queens, kings, aces, right? So
well, the hands that he beats are like the ace high flush draw type hands that missed and went for the bluff.
And Dong did make the call there in another $30,000 pot. And look at that, Yacht Club now up 20K. What a pot there for him. With the deuces.
Very nice hand for Yacht Club, now up 20K, and Dong, unfortunately, continues his run bad. You got to feel for him in that spot. That was a very difficult hand.
Well played there for by Yacht Club, and you know, one of those spots where I mean, you can't really blame Dong for that call, just because I have seen Yacht Club very capable of making some sick bluffs in the Wednesday game. So it's
he definitely does not have to have it there. Really, he's representing boats and missed flushes, so he's going to have a lot of bluffs in that spot where I like the large bet. Nice of him to go on a nice little heater after taking a break from poker for a few months.
Raise 250.
Dong right back in it with the 7s. No time to breathe. Messiper, how's it going tonight? Thanks for joining us.
Heads up.
I think I saw Scott Forney in the chat there, an old college friend. We got Danny, myself, and Derek in the booth here tonight. Thanks for joining us. Absolutely, the side hustle is now my main hustle. Doesn't pay well yet, but hopefully it's going to pay off in the long run. GB, I don't think he's going to be shoving 9-9 there for that sizing for value. So I think he's really only representing the strongest parts, which are full houses. I don't even know if he's going to be doing that with an overpair there. Maybe. But he is going to have a lot of missed flush draws as well. So I don't think it's as easy a spot as it looks. Again, it's very easy to judge when you can see the cards. Something I've noticed when trying to do commentary is that you kind of get this narrative in your head that you're automatically getting influenced by the action just by seeing the cards. So you want to really try to remain neutral and think about it from the player's perspective. This game is very hard and very complex. It's easy to judge on the sidelines. It's not as easy when you're out there playing $30,000 pots.
Oh, it's night and day, right? And
Yeah. Yeah, Scott, it's been a lot of fun. Very, very difficult, but I'm trying to improve my speaking skills and my commentary skills. It'll also probably improve my poker game, so I'm all for
You
it.
spill that on the table, you're banned for life.
I take my chances.
Yeah, I used to play with Scott in college.
Oh, very cool.
Like 20 years ago almost. So he was there when I first started playing.
small world, huh?
Yeah.
Did you tell him that you were commentating, or did he just happen to be on the stream?
Yeah, I occasionally keep up with him,
Oh, okay.
and so he's been kind of watching some more poker lately.
Well, very cool. Welcome, Scott. If you're ever in the
Scott's,
Dallas area, you should definitely come check us out.
Yeah, Scott's probably still out in Colorado where we went to school. He plays up in Blackhawk occasionally, I'm sure. Yeah, I've heard the games in Blackhawk, Colorado are actually quite good. They used to have originally they had a $5 max bet, and then for many years it was a $100 max bet. So
$100 spread limit, yeah.
Yeah, they play spread limit, and then a few years back they voted to remove that, and so
Thank
now
goodness,
it's true
right?
no limit. Well, honestly, the games were good even before. They also did 50-100 mix or 30-60 mix, but the games are just so much better when you allow it to be a true no limit game.
Bet from Dong Call from Wolfgang was second pair, and boom, right on the turn, Dong gonna turn top pair and get a check.
Yeah, and again, Wolfgang is playing very solid poker tonight. He knows that he's going to get raised there by a lot of semi-bluffs, a lot of parent draws, and he can be pretty comfortable continuing there with King Jack. Nice to see he's not afraid of these big bets. Ooh, gets there on the resucks out on the river for the nut straight. Got a feel for Dong, improving and still can't make the best hand here at the end.
Roy, enjoy Taylor Swift.
Of course, with the nuts here, Wolfgang gonna go for some value and gonna bet pretty large here. Looks like. Oh no, not too large. About what, 2/3?
This is another spot where I prefer a very small bet. You want to try to get value from all the two-pair hands, top pair type hands.
I was like, oh, she got a piece of everything.
See what Dong does here.
A little bit into it, she was telling me, like,
Another really tough spot for Dong. He can expect Wolfgang to bluff a lot in that spot, but does make the discipline lay down. Nice fold.
Nice pot there, headed towards Wolfgang Poker, profiting 2K.
Yeah, and again, nice to see he did not shy away from the flop bet. Whoever said he was going to be playing tight earlier, he is showing you he's got some chops.
And I think a lot of that is, that also shows the importance of just studying game dynamics too at the table. Right? I mean, he's kind of noticing, Dong's been losing some big pots. He might be being a little bit more active than he should be, and oversee betting certain flops, right?
Absolutely. Game flow, in my opinion, is one of the most important parts of being a strong live player. I was talking about the mental game earlier, but understanding live dynamics and game flow can really help bring out an extra edge if you're paying attention. I always recommend, if you're listening to music, do it very softly. Make sure you can still hear the table. Be present, have a table presence. It will really help your win rate. Do you listen to music while you play poker? What about you, chat? Do you listen to music while you play?
I forget the chat can't see me. I said no. I was just shaking my head as if the chat could hear. No, yeah, if I do, it's like usually music with no lyrics.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I think, no, that's actually really good.
I'll listen to like lo-fi music.
I've heard that's the way to do it if you're going to. I personally feel like I play worse when I listen to music,
Me
so
too.
I don't do it. But I always bring headphones in case there's that really annoying person at the table and you just can't put up with it, or you're on super tilt and you just need to unwind. So I always bring headphones, but I try not to put them in unless I absolutely need to.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get better about like even not having my like phone out that often.
Yep.
Right? It's
Yeah.
just such a distracting. I mean, it's such a necessary tool, but it's like it's so distracting.
Yeah, in this day and age, we're also addicted to our phones.
Yeah.
So being able to, again, be more present is going to add more to your bottom line.
Yeah, that's a great point there from Danny. Yeah, anyone in the chat, if you do listen to music or don't listen to music, and for why or for what reasons.
Yeah.
He goes by, he's starting a YouTube channel.
Whoa, what the? Always gonna put Kenny all
The guy
in
who
here.
runs that stream game. He's not the owner. The guy
Don going for max value here.
Yeah, he has like
And
spiky hair.
honestly, this is kind of a tough spot here for Kenny. Don's not going to have too many 10x hands. You think he might be bluffing a lot, but at the same time, he's got pocket sixes. A lot of Dong's bluffs are going to contain a 6. Also, spades got there, and Kenny has no spades in his hand. So ultimately, I do like a fold here. But you can see he's maybe a little frustrated by that spot.
You didn't have a 10?
Yeah, you can hear him say he thought he may have a 10. I like that bet against the 10, going for max value.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why it's hard for me to listen to music while I play poker is I'm not a very good multitasker, or if I do multitask, I can definitely tell my brain just gets split, and then the quality of whatever I'm doing just drastically gets split. You know, and
Yep.
I can't. Yeah.
Calling people Wolfpack.
Doug, aka
Investing to 250.
I believe is that Captain Underpairs?
No, it's someone else.
No. Luke's Eye of the Tiger, a little pump up music. I can get down with that. And Scott with some EDM, some house music.
Actually, I kind of do the same thing. It's either like lo-fi music or it's like dependent on my mood, right? So
Yeah,
sometimes
for
there's
sure.
lo-fi music or some EDM music with no lyrics.
It's been a while since I've had to because, again, Dallas is so amazing at the table that I just have so much fun goofing around with other players, talking some smack here and there, catching up with dealers. So I'm usually just not bored at the table, and it's not an issue.
And actually, I mean, now that you bring that up, since I've been playing a lot more 4-card lately, the 4-card table dynamics are so much fun, man. And there's, at least the past month I've been playing it, no one at my table is ever wearing headphones. They're all chatting it up. They're all talking. They're all laughing, having a good time.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's what JD was talking about.
Yeah, we have a really great community here in Dallas.
Makes sense.
A lot of the professional players have other jobs as well. People have many things going on in their lives, and so there's a very large community of players. A lot of money out here. Come join us. Come play with us here at TCH Dallas.
Aaron. I just wanted you to know that.
Use promo code Danny Marks for no.
That's right. Tell them Danny sent you, and maybe they won't kick me out next time.
He's my
You must not know who I am, you know? It's fine.
he's my interpreter for the night.
I'm not friends with people that say you know who I am. Just don't do it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
That's how I know the world's ending. If I ever see on my management memo, like, player Danny Marks was kicked out last night for being rude to a player, I'd be like, what? Is that the same? That cannot be the same Danny.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like something I would do. Takes a lot for me to go off on a player. Usually, I'll only do that if they're going off on the dealer,
or just player.
being very inappropriate. Attacking somebody at the table verbally, where I think they're out of line, and then I usually will speak up and try to talk some smack back at them.
Good flop here for Ari. We'll bet and take it down here.
Yep, pretty standard hand. Another 3-bet against Kyle's open. He's going to have most of the king X's in his range. Goes with a C-bet and takes it
I had to
down.
go tattle on you, actually. I went and told him, like, guys, what the fuck?
That's what you were doing.
Yeah.
A real Karen you are, huh?
Yeah, went and tattled. Say, hey, mama.
So what's your favorite mix game out of the mix that you've played with us so far, Danny?
I really like Deuce to 7 triple draw personally, but I like a lot of the original horse variants. So I really like Raz. I like Stud 8 or better. I like Omaha 8
I'm
or
the same way. I
better.
love Stud 8.
But I would say Deuce to 7 is my favorite. So if I could choose a rotation, it would be horse plus Deuce to 7. Maybe replace Hold'em with Deuce to 7. But yeah, those are my personal favorites. One of the issues for me lately is whenever I see a mixed game, it has a lot of the carnival games that are a little newer, and I'm not as familiar with them, so I usually sit out.
For the same reason why a lot of players like playing Palo, that's the same reason why I play those. Like, it's just the games that no one knows how to play, and it just kind of throws into some extra variants.
What about you? I heard you mentioned Badoogie earlier.
Yeah, I really like Badoogie. I like Stud 8, like you were saying. I like Raz.
I really like making bad hands, so Raz and Deuce to 7 are good.
Badusi is also really fun. Which is the Badoogie Deuce 7 variant.
I was just about to go do that too.
So we go check. It looks like on the river. Another big pot headed towards Ari, slowly chipping up from his initial 10K loss initially, right? So now he's only down 6,500.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Ari's play. He clearly is a professional or studied player, and it's nice to see some of the top players from other areas come in to play with us. It sounds like him and Steven have a lot of experience together too in the high stakes games over in Chicago.
I don't know if you overheard me talking to Tyler and Cooper about it, but when I was on the cruise, I actually met a player when I was playing in the poker room at the cruise ship casino. Yeah, we kind of started chatting. I had my Texas Card House polo on, and he's like, "Oh, what's Texas Card House?" I was like, long story short, we got to talking about the live stream. I showed a video, and he just points to Steven. He's like, "Hey, I played with that guy back in Chicago."
Oh, nice.
And
was he talking about Steven?
Yeah. He just pointed at him and was like, "Wait, that's Steven. I know him from Henry's game at the Rivers." And I was like, "Wait, how do you know Steven?" He's like, "Oh, we played big no limit games back in Chicago." And yeah, then we started chatting a lot, and he's like, "Oh, wow, I really need to make it out to Dallas sometime to play with y'all." So, Gene, if you're watching, I hope you're out there doing all right, and hope to see you in Dallas soon.
Come visit us. Play with Steven over here. He'll occasionally step in 2-5 games while waiting for bigger stuff. Fun person to play with. Scary person to play with. Ooh, this is an interesting spot here. Dong 3-bets Kyle. I like Kyle's just call here. Let's see, is he in position? No, he's out of position. Hand flops very well. Oh, wow.
What a dream turn card there for Kyle.
Yeah. Very nice continue here from Kyle. Let's see if he goes for another check raise. I don't think he thinks that Dong is going to check back many King X or flush draw hands. So you might want to check again to try to get him to bluff his low showdown hands. But obviously a bet is fine as well. I think it's pretty close. You don't want Dong to check back his mediocre middling type hands. So I probably prefer a bet. Nice hand from Kyle.
Yeah, like those King X no kicker.
Yeah, exactly.
Is kind of disaster if you see them check back that hand.
Or other middling pairs, 9s, jacks.
Hey, me too. 100 red. Thanks, man.
Yeah, there's another variant that I really like that Cooper introduced to me. Action Raz. So it's Raz, but your hand only qualifies if you need a face card in one of your 7 cards.
What a clown, Cooper. I just saw Cooper smiling over at us.
It's so fun, and it's so tilting. But that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, we played 3-handed the other week, and we added a super variant to it, so I had no idea what I was doing. They were scamming me hard.
Were you playing like Super Raz Deucey or something?
I don't even know. Just basically variants of the game where you start with more cards at the beginning and have to fold a couple of them.
Hey,
Yacht
look at
Club.
this Yacht Club here.
Moneymaker's been pretty card dead, opens in late position, but unfortunately, Yacht Club wakes up with it. I don't think Moneymaker will be able to continue here.
Is Dong the guy who's friends with Doug Polk? No.
No, I don't believe so.
Dong is a local Dallas player here.
Yeah.
Probably for the past,
Plays
I
a
want
lot.
to say 10 plus years.
Yeah, plays a lot in Houston as well. Just a Texas regular. Used to play a lot of PLO. Enjoys very high stakes poker. Very scary to play against. I know as I was moving up through stakes, even though he's good action for the game, I sometimes avoided him because it would be a little scary to put up that kind of money, and I knew he could take advantage of me being scared money until I had the bankroll to withstand it.
Yeah, it's like it's not even a question of your skill at that point. It's just like how much variance do I want to introduce into my session tonight, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's very important to have a proper bankroll. A lot of people don't practice bankroll management, and you're just drawing dead against somebody like Don if you're not prepared to call down correctly in life.
I'm superstitious about that.
Ari here with his first flat of the night. I like just flatting threes on the button. You'll have position here with a hand that can make very strong hands, and you can withstand squeezes if it goes multi-way. You're in a very good position here to mine for a set.
Yeah, at this point now, I think Ari's already made the decision that he will make the call here. Try to hit a set multi-way.
Absolutely. With how deep everybody is, JD and Dong are both around 50K. Ari is 23K effective, so
potential to win a 70K pot.
So it's pretty close. Usually I want to have at least 10x pot behind, but with 4 people in, I think it's a pretty easy call in position. He does decide to fold. I wonder if that's because at these depths, if he's worried about set over set type hands. I personally probably would have continued there, but I'm sure he has good reasons to fold there.
Definitely a dicey situation when
Yeah.
all 3 players cover you.
Yeah, it's definitely not super clear. A lot of times when you do get all the money in, you are going to get it in way behind.
So, so apparently we're getting word from Cooper that JD just flopped quads here. You know, and the seats that typically get misread the most are the ones closest to the dealer or the 2 seat, just because of how cards get dealt.
Yep. So when they deal to the 2 seat, sometimes the card will go over the 1 seat scanner and misread. But nonetheless, this is clearly a dream spot here for JD. They are both very deep. Let's see if Dong continues his bluff. JD has the board completely on lockdown. He has no reason to bet or raise. He's just going to go for the check call.
Yeah.
And wow.
And JD just has quads here.
What a dream. Again, I think you just have to call and go for a check again on the river. It's really hard for Dong to have many hands here. And if he does, he's going to be able to get a check raise in anyway on the river. So I think you want to go for a check call, having the board this locked up.
Just tank a little
This
bit.
is going to be a very big pot.
Make it look like it's a hard decision, or at least you have.
Yeah, you want to pace yourself so you know you're not playing super fast in certain spots and slow in the others. JD's a very methodical player, so he's going to think it through.
Oh my gosh!
It's a little annoying being out of position, but at the same time, oh my gosh.
This pot is just ballooning right now, over 27,000 in the middle, and I imagine JD's going to just check here.
Yeah, I think he should be checking again. On this specific card, it might be hard for Dong to bluff, and he wisely gives it up. Very nice hand for JD, and JD now, he's got to be up, what, 40, 50,000?
I mean, let's look.
Unbelievable.
How much did he profit?
This is like the old days.
Profited like 15K on that hand.
Yeah,
so.
he's got to be sitting on 60. He's in for somewhere between 10 and 15. This is the JD show. He is sick of flopping sets. He's flopping quads now. Sets are not good enough.
They're not enough, yeah. Oh my gosh. Nice hand there for JD. Yeah, and look at that, up almost $50,000.
Yeah, and again,
1,000 big blinds almost.
Obviously, JD's going to have a lot of weaker hands. Dong has just been very unlucky with his timing tonight. You got to feel for him, but he can definitely get it back all in one hand. That's why he covers you, because he is going to stack you eventually.
So we get quad jacks. Do those projects.
God damn.
You only get a tax form for a W-2 on a single tournament score or single gambling event. So you do have to file your own taxes.
Paper scan now. Paper scan.
I am not a tax professional. Consult a real professional.
Yeah.
This is not
Yeah, this is not tax or legal advice.
Yeah, this is not legal advice. Yes.
Yeah, just
Ignore what I say. Talk to a professional.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like Dong's reaching in the bag a little bit, adding on just a few extra 10K there.
Who added on?
Dong.
Oh, Dong. Yeah, he wants to cover JD. So we could have a $120,000 pod tonight,
which we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, JD up almost $50,000. Love to see it. Huge pots tonight. Straddles all night. Great mix of players. Some of the best in Dallas. Love to see it. I'm fired up. That pot got me fired up.
Yeah,
I don't know about you.
No, that was pretty sick. I mean, I can only imagine. I wish we could see like the heart rate of the players, right? Like of one guy bluffing with 4 high and the one guy just sitting there with quads getting bluffed into.
I gotta tell you, it doesn't feel great bluffing with 4 high and then seeing the other guy call an $8,000 turn bet. Gotta hurt a little bit. Yes, file your own taxes. No more tax talk. Kenny rips it. Ooh, tough spot here for JD. Very nice fold. The 3 is actually a good card for JD too. There's less sets in Kenny's range. That being said, most of Kenny's overpairs still beat JD. Very nice discipline. A lot of people will just toss it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think Dong's adding on for like 50 or 60K. Because I saw 40K? He's adding on for 40K. Okay, because I saw him, Alex, the chip runner, was just standing there with like wads of cash. So, okay.
That's got to be so nerve-wracking carrying all that money.
Oh, he's used to it. He works night times.
Ragnar Overby with the 100 roll. Very nice job, buddy.
Nice.
Using up all your run good in the chat points. Save some for the table. Yeah, you can see a lot of these players when they're opening up from early position, they choose the 2.5x size with the double straddle. You have more ranges to get through as well. More likely your opponents are going to have strong hands. Go for a smaller size.
Standard play here from Wolfgang. Free bet on the button with a good hand.
Yep, very aggressive play by Wolfgang. Go either way between a call and a raise here. Goes with the aggressive option and takes it down. Yeah, I think Rena is the points champion. No, Scott, you can carry them forward. He has to do points reset every stream. They do not. So, are there any prizes or anything you can get with the
we've
points
done
over here?
We've done giveaways occasionally. It's really up to David, really, because he kind of handles that. But yeah, we do use the loyalty points for giveaways. Actually, I think Poker Monkey, he actually won a trip to the cruise with the loyalty points.
Oh wow, that's awesome!
So that was a while ago, but we gave out a free cruise through that as well. So
that's cool.
They're few and far between, but when we do it, they're actually usually really good giveaways.
I also think I remember back in the day you would give away some hats or like hoodies.
We've given away pieces of action of players.
Oh, I gave away some of my.
Yeah, that's
true.
That's what we use the points for.
Last summer, I gave away 1% of my WSOP main event action. It's been a while since I've done a giveaway. Maybe I'll come up with one soon. Something maybe fun for the stream tomorrow night. Maybe if I get stacked or stack anybody, I'll have to think of something.
Oh, you're gonna play tomorrow?
Yep, I'm scheduled
awesome.
to play here tomorrow. Very excited. Love the Wednesday family. Looking forward to it.
Man, so I heard on the cruise I missed quite the week last week with RV Phil running a 5K stack up to 40,000. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I didn't play last week, but I heard RV Phil has been absolutely crushing him at the table. You love to see it. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Yeah, RV Phil's been absolutely destroying the streams lately. You love to see it.
Well, you're the bad luck.
Ragnar Overby with the TCH Live stocks. I am so jealous.
Yeah, those are rare.
Blackfoot Sublimate stocks. Very cool. Wow, and we have quite a bit of money on this table.
I don't get shit, so I'll take it, man.
Got to be over 200K now.
And that's it. Right. So
Yeah.
a little rebate. It's fine.
If you're the winner, you're like, man, bonus.
Yeah, when the shortest stack is $10,000, that's a good game.
Oh yeah.
Pokernomics is making an appearance in the chat. It's like, man, I'm missing out on this game. What's going on?
Pokernomics, another regular in our Tuesday and Wednesday games. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Check out his poker content on YouTube as well. Click on his name, Mr. Reese.
Yeah, I also know he likes to dabble in the 4-card game, the great game of PLO. And next time we have one of those PLO streams, Pokernomics, I'll try to get you into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Pokernomics, very fun player to play with, very tough, and looking forward to having you back on the stream. Another interesting spot coming here. On these types of boards, you expect your opponent to see bet almost everything. Moneymaker is going to be ahead of a lot of Dong's continuing range, but at the same time, he's going to have to deal with a lot of pressure here to get to showdown. I don't think against Dong you can fold just yet. In position, he's going to have a lot more information to go with on the river.
4% capped at 100. Paris, the high stakes game we played was 4%.
And does decide to give up. And I wonder how Moneymaker would have responded to a third barrel. Very nicely played by both players, in my opinion. I think, especially Dong having the ace of hearts, he can represent all the nut flushes. So I think he would have bluffed if a heart came in on the river, or if an ace or a queen, he would have bet for value.
Rounding out hand number 87 here, about an hour left in our stream. If you're just now tuning in with us, my name is Derek, joined by special guest commentator Danny Marks, one of our regular live stream players here on TCH Live.
Yeah, time is flying by. I'm having a lot of fun here, Derek. Thanks for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Really appreciate you hopping in here on such short notice.
Yeah, you make it a lot easier for sure. Make me comfortable. I'm already a lot more relaxed than I was when we started.
That's good to hear.
Getting hyped up. Might have to join these guys after the stream. I got all the inside information now. I know how you all play. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, you know, and a lot of our players, a lot of some of our fans and viewers that have talked to me will mention like, well, I mean, you know, why would some of these players want to play on the live stream? If people can like, you know, see what they're playing with and whatnot. But every time I tell them is, I mean, they wouldn't be playing on the live stream if they thought it was gonna be a problem. You know, that's kind of my response to it. Is like, they probably don't care, or they feel like it's not that big of an issue, or they feel like they have enough of an edge.
With how good players have gotten at poker now, it really doesn't matter all that much. Yes, it does matter a little bit, but at the same time, a good poker player plays situations well. They use logic-based decision-making, and every spot in poker is unique. You're never going to run into the same spot twice. Yes, similar spots, but not the same spot. And so if you make good decisions, you are going to win in the long run. So I don't buy it that you're going to figure out any of these players. They play a balanced game. They're going to have a wide variety of hands and a wide variety of spots. If you think you can beat them, come join them.
Yeah.
And they'll take your money.
Yeah, I guess on to my second point then, right? Like, if you know, if watching this stream is getting you hyped up to play on one of our live streams, you can definitely contact Mallory here. Another picture of our game runner Mallory. That's her phone number there. You can contact her there, or contact her at that email listed below.
Or just come to the room and she'll be grinding here. So come join us, everybody. Play with Mallory yourself.
Yeah, I know she did a fun. Wait, hold up here. A 49.99 super chat here from Pokernomics. What a sick stream. LFG with the spade emoji. Thank you so much, Reese. That's very kind of you.
Super
Get on my
nice.
knees in the bag.
All I gotta do is plug your YouTube, and you'll just give me 50 bucks. I feel like a sponsored pro.
The only sponsored pro on the stream is Moneymaker.
Yeah, the bankroll tracker.
It's crazy like the 3 Chicago boys are sitting right next to each other. What are the fucking
This will be interesting to see if Wolfgang can continue properly with middling hands against Dong's aggression. It'll really show his chops here, because Dong is probably going to put him in a tough spot. At the same time, Dong does have showdown value with bottom pairs, so he probably doesn't need to bluff as much. And this river is going to obviously make things easier for Wolfgang.
Everybody does, man.
Let him view this as
He's one of the most popular.
A little surprised to see him check there. I think having the sixes specifically, Dong is going to check back a lot of 8x type hands. Where he will call a bet, so I would like to see a bet there, but nice hand nonetheless.
It's been off the whole time.
You got to think Dong's going to probably bluff a lot on the river too, so going for the check raise there on the river is just a fine decision as well.
No, Chicago was like, no, it's fucking great. Except the winter is kind of brutal, but yeah, Chicago's a great city.
Hands like missed heart flush draws.
Dimitri,
like
seat
that.
open, table 1.
We'll
Corey
bet
said,
when-
I think there's a seat open.
I didn't grow up with money, you know, so if you want to get a hotel, look up Inglewood.
Harder to play.
Or Parkway Gardens, that's a good place.
Rose fight would be hard to play.
Who?
250.
You never been? Should try it sometime. It's like you know how rich people do that stem cell stuff to rejuvenate their body. I just go to Inglewood.
I think you might have dropped the. Yeah, I saw something fall down in my peripheral. What a sick night here for JD. Look at that. Up 44,000. I mean, and Yacht Club also having a great night. Up 18,000.
Yeah, this has been a fun night. A lot of very big pots here. I believe the biggest pot was 60,000.
Yeah, about maybe a shade under, a shade over.
Oh no, yeah, never mind. He just I think it was in the
50K.
50s. Yeah.
51,000.
That's Inglewood in California.
Dong raising almost 47% of hands. Love to see it. Getting after it.
Obviously, playing that many hands could go for wide swings in either direction.
Absolutely. He could just as easily be up 40,000 right now. Don't count him out.
Little 300? Little 300 for the boys. Chris, who are your favorite musicians? American? Yeah, maybe Americans. I probably won't know the Germans. Other than Rammstein, of course.
And David Hasselhoff.
Wait, in middle school, do you like heavy metal?
I'm not so much into it, but
I remember he's about to tell us what he likes. Sorry. Let's hear it first.
I think I will go with Eminem.
Eminem?
Like third person.
Fun's good.
And then second choice?
I hear you say
Sorry.
Kim just tagged me in a video on Facebook showing Emmy.
Eminem, 50 Cent.
Oh,
You ever heard of Will Smith?
she's so cute.
Why is everyone joking so much?
He's a good
That's a great video, Kim, if you're still in the chat.
Yeah, for those just joining us, Emmy is Kim's daughter, young, would you call an 18-month-old a toddler?
Getting there. I mean,
I guess she might be older than that, actually.
Why is that 50 Cent? In middle school, like I was friends with these kids who listened to that song all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, when I on the cruise, Savannah and Amber actually came along too. They brought their little ones, Nova, or excuse me, Malia and Nova, respectively.
You really are, huh?
Yeah, it's it's great here. I was mentioning earlier about how close people are here. TCH is my second family, so you love to see when other employees have children and they all get to grow up together. It's a lot of fun. We all help each other out here.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of shared babysitting, I'm sure.
Yeah, actually, I think Savannah and John live in the same apartment complex as Amber, so I think
Yeah.
they get to hang out quite a bit.
I think they're close to where Hayden and Kim also
until
live.
Monday anyway. So.
Dong here turning some equity with the open ender.
2100.
So that was an overbet from Ari on the turn. Takes it down.
And then like your hand's actually good. You're like, you have none of that happen. That's Wolfgang. That's from next time.
Yeah. Do you see that chat?
Was Danny the one who had the super adorable puppy on the stream that one time?
You got me, buddy. That is exactly who I am.
The French Bulldog.
Yeah. And that's another example of babysitting for our family. That's a friend of mine's dog that I occasionally take care of, and he is the best. His name is Rico.
I think it was. Did you like have to like leave early because or something?
Yeah, I
something
mean,
happened
yeah,
there?
no, I mean, I was just there as an alternate,
Oh, okay.
and
I learned.
Some people don't want a dog in the poker room, so I just ended up leaving.
And his eyeball
It's
was
not a
fucking-
big deal.
Just staring at you.
Yeah.
It ruined the whole night.
I'd rather hang out with
like,
Rico
You
anyway.
couldn't do anything.
Oh wow, this could be
You know New York
an
cops?
interesting run out here.
Two flush draws here, Kyle and Dong. This one could get spicy.
Second seed.
When I went to Tokyo, I saw they have a duplicate.
Dong goes for the check raise, trying to get Kyle off of overcard hands like ace queen, ace king, king jack, queen king queen, other hands that are dominating him that he can get to fold by raising, and if he gets called, he's got a lot of equity. Although in this case, his equity is tainted. Oh my gosh,
no.
this is gonna get ugly here.
I don't see how the money doesn't get in now.
Yeah, you got to feel for Dong with how he's running. Whenever he hits a hand, he makes the second best hand. Let's see here. Is Kyle in position?
No, he was out.
Yeah,
of position.
he might raise now. He might call. Any option is fine.
Well, in Tokyo they painted like
Does
a
decide
traffic
with the
for,
call.
like,
I do like
safety
that.
things for planes or something. I don't. So it's like orange and white.
So safe out there in Tokyo.
Very safe.
Oof, Queen River, and I think Dong is going to go all in, and Kyle's going to snap him.
I don't think there's any like gambling in Japan, like actual casinos.
Yep.
They play something called pachinko.
Nice hand,
like,
Kyle. Well played.
Golly, I mean, when you make the second best hand against your opponent all night, that's a recipe for a downswing there.
Yeah, that was gross.
Well played there by Kyle.
Well
though.
played by both players. You really got to feel for Dong. I agree,
Tell me
Ragnar.
that like you can be good at
Puppies
it.
are always welcome.
I'm sure you played with him quite a bit in your early days here at TCH Dallas. Do you remember Chicago Tim?
I do.
Yeah, and he had his little schnauzer.
Yeah.
The cutest little dog.
Yeah, I get distracted by the dogs. I end up playing with them more than poker. Yeah, brutal hand there. Some nights you're just, it's not your night.
You know what I appreciate about Kyle, JD? He didn't go back to double check whether he had the nuts.
6,845.
Kyle knew he had the nuts. He didn't need to double check.
25.
Very nice sitting there for Kyle. Been patient all night. Really hasn't made a big hand yet, and finds a double up there through Dong.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Kyle's another one of Dallas's best players. Very situational where very aggressive, but also very disciplined. You saw he made some 3-bets and then had to fold to 4-bets earlier. Finally makes the nuts and just doubles up through Dong.
Front and center on the thumbnail.
Yeah, nothing Dong, I think. I don't see how Dong could ever gone away from that.
No,
Just-
no.
Just how it was played.
Oh yeah, he was betting for value. He's going to get called by a lot of worse hands. Just so happens Kyle had the nuts.
100 to play.
It's one of the worst feelings in poker is going all in against the nuts. We've all been there.
Yeah, before you can even release your hand and take your hand back to your lap, the opponent's already made the call. And you're like, well, I'm dead.
Kyle here with another good hand to open on the button. Suited king. And Kenny wakes up with aces.
One of the big streams should do like a stream of infamy.
500.
Just like a
Well, I think just min raise here, which is going to invite a lot of players in here, and Kyle getting a great price here to call on the button.
Yeah, I think Kyle would have folded to a larger 3-bet, but I don't think he can afford to a 2x having positioning on the button. But let's see if he gets into trouble. He does flop top pair, weak kicker. He definitely cannot fold to 1-bet.
Though he has to be a little wary, I imagine, knowing that Kenny hasn't 3-bet, I think, all night. So, I mean, this is...
Yeah, absolutely. And he is losing to all of Kenny's King X holdings. So he essentially has a bluff catcher right from the start. He's going to want to go for pot control.
Yeah, I like the check here.
I don't see Kyle putting any money in as an aggressor into his pot. Let's see if Kenny can come up with a value bet on the river. Does decide to check, and nice hand both players. Kyle gets out of it pretty cheap.
If Mike Paulson sat at my table, I wouldn't shut up.
I'll grab a little water. Thank you. Your time's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Have you ever slow rolled anyone in your life? In your poker
Probably
career?
for fun, whether it was like, you know, we're all just joking around with each other, or somebody else is being a jerk, or somebody else is slow rolling, so I'll do it as revenge. But yeah, that's not a common part of my arsenal that I employ.
Yeah, I actually did it for the first time on the cruise, and it was against Chris Gwynn, another floor. I might have had a few drinks too, and we get it all in on the flop on an ace-high flop. I had king queen, second pair, and I river to king, and he had ace 10. And I did the old thing, like the double check and the.
Yeah, it's all good fun. You just have to know your audience, know your situation. You're gonna get a lot of brutal slow rolls in your career, though. It's just part of the game.
Oh yeah.
Good practice for mental training.
Man, look at that, down 67,000.
Still time for a 100K plus pop. He could get it all back in one hand.
And we've seen it happen before. I mean, maybe not so to this degree, but we've definitely seen streams where John was maybe down 20, 30, 40K. And like you said, one hand, he gets it all back.
And then he ends a 20K winner.
He was recently hospitalized, so he's like, so we're like behind, like we're down half staff basically. Yeah. Because there's it's like a small, like 3 or 4 person, you know, but like a down like 2 people. So he's like, look, like if I've already gotten to you, great. If not, like we're gonna probably switch you.
I don't know how Scott remembers that, but you're definitely on my enemy list for slow rolling me.
Hey, go ahead and power switch for me because like I give him 90% of it, but something less than the last time I was waiting on.
What is that, like 20 years ago? 15 years ago?
Probably about that, yeah, a little less than 20.
300? Yeah, right now they're working around the clock probably. Yeah. Next 2 weeks.
He must have been mad that I was beating him all night.
Not only is he gonna take your money back, he's gonna slow roll you in the process.
Yep.
Apparently, Dunn says if you stack someone with quads or better, you have to slow roll. It's mandatory.
It's the 17th.
Yeah. Or you say you have 2 pair.
I remember one of my first Tuesday streams bluffing into JD, and he had quads, and afterwards he regretted not slow rolling me. He's like, "Oh, I should have waited a little longer."
I think I commentated that hand actually.
Yeah. I've run into quad 3s twice now on Tuesday streams. Gotta love when that happens when you're taking a shot.
The crazy part about it is like getting down people and stuff. But my first reaction was like, well, why don't you hire more people? And they're like, I've been hiring people like right now.
Yeah, Scott, I remember those early college days. I felt like I never lost. I used up all my run good early on, so.
It's funny you mentioned like using up run good. I've heard JD mention that. It's like there's a finite amount of luck, right, in your lifetime, and you got to spread it out, you know.
I mean, somebody's got to be the luckiest person of all time. It might as well be me. Somebody has to run in the 3 standard deviations above normal run good. I think it's going to be me.
What percentage of run good did you use up left to win that tournament?
You know, I did not use my one time at all.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saving it for the main event. So we're still good.
Very cool.
Kimmy asked, what is the stat WTSD? Kimmy, that means went to showdown percentage. Compared to when you're putting money in, when you're V-pipping the flop, how often do you go to a showdown? That used to be a common statistic on Poker Tracker, but that stat does not converge for many, many hands. So it's actually pretty meaningless for this small of a sample size. That's one of those statistics that takes tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hands to really understand the percentages.
Got a pot brewing here.
So Mr. Delivery has been very card dead quiet tonight. Comes out of it with a big 3-bet here with 7-6 suited over Dong's open. Both players missed the flop. Let's see. Dong is going to float and try to take this away.
You're my one. That's the one.
JD, my girlfriend said you got caught picking your nose on stream.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, JD, we know, buddy. We got that on record.
It's on the internet forever now.
I'm really just curious.
Very interesting spot here for Mr. Delivery. He does pick up equity on the turn, but it's very dynamic board, and he can easily be behind. I'm very curious to see what his procedure is in this spot.
He enjoys it.
So we're actually informed that Dong does not have Jack 3. We have another misread, so he's got Jack 10 here. So he does actually have the best hand.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and he is now probably betting for protection to try to get to showdown. So I imagine he wants to get charge some of Mr. Delivery's draw equity and buy himself a showdown here in position. Very tough spot here for Mr. Delivery. Because rivers are going to be so difficult to play, I don't mind a fold here, but he does decide to continue. He probably thinks Dong's going to have a lot of single club holdings, hands like Queen Jack, etc.
More clubs now on the board.
No, you're good.
Would be interested to see if.
She's just kidding.
I'm wondering what suit the 10 is.
Yeah, it's possible Dong has the 10 of clubs here. No way to know.
10 of clubs on the board, actually.
She
So,
gets it. Like,
so actually,
yeah, never mind. He does not have the 10 of clubs. So neither player.
Total fucking degenerate. Like, is this real money?
And so even though the graphic says Mr. Delivery won the pot, the cards are wrong. So Dong actually did win the pot. So he's got 5K more than the graphics mentioned.
nice hand there for Dong. It looks like Mr. Delivery will add on another 10,000. Yeah, it's times like this where we kept the stream going after hours just to see, like, let's see if we could catch like a random 100K pot that would happen post stream.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm here. Let's go.
We
Bringing bricks out.
We gotta get Dong to convince these other players to do the cage stream with him. Where it's like, he mentioned this a long time ago. It was like, oh yeah, you have to play at least 12 hours. And
she's super cool. I'm super
even if
lucky,
you can't leave.
I know some people would be like,
unless you lose like a certain amount or something ridiculous like
yeah,
that.
Dong wanted to play a cage match where you have to play for days straight and you're not allowed to quit. So that would be a fun game to watch.
I got 10.
Yeah, with all these heads up for rolls battles, we got to get some blood here.
Their business.
Yeah, Kimmy, it's interesting to kind of understand the statistics and learn when the various statistics converge. Obviously, VPIP is one of the earlier stats to converge, but even so, over a short 4-hour live sample, it still is not very meaningful. So, you know, even that stat takes thousands, if not low tens of thousands hands to really understand how much players play. Whoa!
Look at this. I think this is only the second time we've seen this on our live stream ever. Aces versus aces.
All right, what do we want here? We're gonna have some clubs, some hearts. Let's see some paint.
At least a sweat, right?
Yeah,
Make
or,
good first
let's see, moneymaker. Is that a 4-bet from Wolfgang? Yeah, so I see anything could happen here. There's still plenty of play behind. A little under a 3 SPR, 2.5 SPR. Ooh, interesting board. This is a
There was like
very
there was
bad
a stream
board
like
for the
half,
pre-flop
like,
floor
no,
better.
like 2 months ago, where literally
The
half the
caller
table
is going
was
to
like
have a lot more sets here.
all, like,
Jacks,
the fucking-
9s, 8s, 10s, middling
all like
pairs.
the high stakes Chicago guys.
So I wouldn't be
Is that
surprised to
Louis
see
guy
a
and stuff, or
check
what?
on
The
this
Louis
flop.
guy that he played?
Yeah, him and Freddie, Mark.
Wolfgang will continue with probably a smaller
Months ago.
seat
There's
here.
a few other guys. I forgot who.
Yeah, he does decide to see bet. Can't be too bad with aces.
Wait, who's Jeremy?
Although
Jeremy.
you got to be
Yeah,
careful
dude,
on
yeah.
this kind of board against the pre-flop caller. He
never
is going
met
to
him, but he
have a
seems
nut
like a really cool
advantage
guy.
in this spot, and it's always dangerous to see bet against a nut advantage.
Oh no.
Oh, that's not a good turn card.
Yeah, and this board just keeps getting worse for aces here.
He came through here too. Like,
He
oh,
does have the
every-
ace of
oh, he did?
diamonds, so his opponent's not going to have its many flush draws. But his opponent's going to have all really strong hands. He's going to have kings, jacks, 9s, 8s, queens as well, 10s, so that'll be his open-ended straight draw. I do like the check here. And I think Moneymaker will probably also check back here for pot control and a little bit of deception. You could also go for a bet, try to buy your showdown. There are a lot of parent draw type hands, king, queen, etc., where he needs to protect against. So I think either option is fine. Does go for a small bet. This is going to make Wolfgang have to continue with his ace-king type hands. He might think the fact that Wolfgang didn't barrel, that maybe he picked up showdown on the turn with the king. He is going to have a lot of hands like ace-king. So he's trying to squeeze out a little value while he can before the board gets more dynamic.
This is such a great bet here, right? Because it can target such a wide range of holdings that Wolfgang could have here, like queens, 10s, like you were mentioning earlier,
ace king,
ace jack, ace king. So
Yeah.
this is a great bet here for Moneymaker.
Yeah, I really, if you are going to bet here, I really like the sizing he chose. It is a 4-bet pot. Ranges are very condensed. Wolfgang is in a very difficult spot right now. Let's see what his process is.
I guess it's pretty easy to get here from Chicago, so like.
We'll make the call, which we both expected, I think. And
it's
actually kind of interesting how these players navigate this river card here. And wow, that's one of the probably the worst river card, other than maybe a diamond.
I do expect him to go check here a lot of the time.
It's like a full circle moment, actually.
So very interesting hand, very interesting board run out.
And I remember Steven was telling me about it because like.
And they
slow roll the chop. Slow roll the chop.
We were playing. Like,
Slow roll the chop. He's slow rolling the
yeah,
chop.
that's
Nice.
That's when you're here? Okay.
Yes, I love this one.
No, it was like.
Nice hand. Well played by
like
both
13,
players.
14 months ago.
We played on the table up here with him,
We have
right?
aces
Yeah.
here.
Quad aces.
I'm kind of glad you do.
That's one of those chops I do like to see. The slow roll and chop.
Yeah, but that was with that board and run out. I wouldn't have been surprised to see one of those players win the pot, but they both played it very well and ended up chopping.
Who flatted?
He I 3-bet him and he called it.
Nice hand for both these players. Going to profit 200, it looks like.
I'm happy I won.
On to the next one. Yeah, I think the last time I saw aces versus aces on our stream was
let alone like a good set spot. Aces versus
was Lexo against Jim B.
Oh, nice, old school.
Yeah.
Did they chop it?
Yeah, I think they just chopped it.
You're really silly stuff next time you come to Dallas.
Yeah, I remember many years back the $1 million buy-in
Oh my gosh.
WSOP event.
Who doesn't know that one? Yeah, that,
I don't know if they were in the money yet, but it was definitely deeper in the tournament.
it was like 4 away from the money or
Yeah,
something.
it might have even been in the money. It's been so long now, but they got in aces versus aces, and a flush runs out, so one of the players scoops.
Anything else on that?
That's a brutal beat right there.
Queens, jacks, 2-pair.
For $1 million buy-in tournament. It's like the one time I it's like the one time I don't want to lose to another pocket pair like that.
But like it says all his favorite things. It's all him. It's like
Or the same
fucking
pocket
loves
pair
it.
that
It's
is,
like his like best life. It's like his heaven, you know.
Moneymaker coming in for 5x open over a couple limps.
Like I don't know like what it is. But, like,
Very nice suited king queen hand. These suited broadways are really great. They play very well. You get a lot of clarity post flop as well. a lot of barrel opportunities, and you can just make very strong hands.
Alright, I'll chill at the bar, you go walk around, do your thing.
Like when you go to the actual casino, like there's actually like a spa or a pool or
You
something.
got to be careful, Marquette Park.
Like a place like this is like,
If you ship there, I think you're only going to get called by hands that beat you. You do block the nuts technically, but I don't expect a lot of ace-10 type hands in 4-bet pots. They're going to have a lot of the Broadway pairs, which are now sets. So I think I really like the check by both players. Just trying to get to showdown with a strong but vulnerable hand.
Dong's going to flop the open ender against the 2 overs in the backdoor flush draw of Moneymaker.
that wasn't a troll.
Yeah, and this is another large 3-bet pot over a large open, which was over limpers.
How'd that go?
So I do like to see Dong here continue with this specific hand. He has no showdown value, but he does have a lot of equity, wants to give himself opportunities to win the pot. He also has a range, or at least he has a range advantage, even though Moneymaker might have the nut advantage with more sets. I do like the bet, and he does take it down.
What did you say?
Did you saw my hand?
I saw one of them. I didn't see that one. I saw the other one. I thought the other
Cashman showed up, huh?
See chips getting added on here for delivery, and this game just keeps getting deeper and deeper here.
Yeah, and for anyone criticizing in the chat, I'm sure they'll be playing all night. Come here and join us.
Absolutely, as I say all the time.
Grab a couple rubber bands of cash and come battle.
I'll take that. Thank you.
I moved it for you.
No, I know Marquette. I am also talking garbage cans, so it's all good fun.
The fun,
Be very strict on you about it too. I mean, like,
the fun part is Cody losing his mind. Like, because then I'm not so.
Have you had the opportunity to have one of those yellow Pikachus in one of your stacks yet? Here?
I have, but I ended up. I think I was just making change. I didn't truly win it in a pot. Personally, I like playing with the pink $500 chips because they're the same size. And if I'm nervous trying to make a big bet with the oversized chips, sometimes it'll look a little awkward. So I usually try to keep the pink 500s as my large denomination. Once I'm baller enough to have a full stack of 5K Pikachu chips, then we're talking. Once I buy in for 100K.
I mean, you have to agree they're definitely an improvement over the. I mean, you were here in those days when we had the plaques.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The 1K plaques.
I've been here since day one. I saw the entire growth.
Gosh.
It's been amazing seeing.
Those are just absurd, and like I just remember like.
Do you remember the gray tip chips, or were you not here for that?
I wasn't here, but so they were still in circulation when I started working here. They were out of. They weren't in use anymore, but they were still people still had them.
Yep.
I do remember.
They want to play. They should just make like a mustard.
Definitely a huge improvement for, I think, players and dealers alike. Maybe more so for the dealers.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch. I remember opening night, maybe 3 tables going, and now 7 days a week, there's 20-plus tables running in this room.
With more to come with our new room.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this is definitely the king of the Dallas area.
See, Dong going to arrive on the river with ace high. Just not the best hand. Delivery with top pair. Now his kicker doesn't play anymore with the rivered 3.
Close spot for value. He does have the 10 of hearts. He's got to think he can get called by a queen X or maybe a lower pair if he wants to bet here. I'm curious to see his sizing. Very interesting. Does decide to go with the overbet here. I'd be very curious to hear his thought process on that.
So I'm imagining, I'm just kind of spitballing here. I imagine he's trying to, get hands, like King 9 or other King 10s to fold, having that 10 of hearts. He can rep a lot of flushes.
Yeah, maybe getting him to fold some chops, or maybe thinking that now he'll start calling his bluffs with hands like Queen X, turning those into bluff catchers. So yeah, a lot of possibilities. Again, Steven is a top-tier player, and so it's always good to try to figure out, okay, why is he making that play? I'd love to talk with him and get his insight.
Before that, it was just the charity games, and I never went to Elgin or Aura until this summer. Didn't really play much poker. Yeah, it's still there.
Getting close to the end of our stream here. About 30 minutes left. If you have any new viewers in there, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. When you do, hit that bell notification. It lets you know anytime we go live and whenever we release new content. Especially if you've been enjoying our guest commentator, Danny Mark, commentating with me tonight. Hit that like button. And if we don't hit a certain threshold, we'll never invite him back. So,
guys, they're going to fire me.
Yeah.
They're not going to let me play here anymore. Please smash that like button.
It's actually a permanent ban.
Decapitate the like button. We need you.
I think they said they were building it in the poker room, but they didn't have
I really appreciate anyone that does hit that like button. Helps the channel out a bunch. Oh, there we go. Cards scan back in here, and Yacht Club most likely going to defend here with the 7s.
I wonder if it is the one at a time.
It definitely does, yeah. It's designed to read them both at the same time.
Gotcha. Interesting spot here. He's got to expect Ari to bet his entire range here on this flop. And so you are ahead of a lot of it. You could probably go in for a check raise or a call. It is a 3-bet pot, actually, so I would choose to just call. Ari does make the best hand on the turn, and he is going to be against a lot of middling pairs, such as the one Yacht Club has. I do like this bet here for value. He's going to also turn a lot of draws as well. He unblocks the spades, and might have some hands like 10-8, 10-queen. Yep, JB, Carry Cats versus Connor Drine, and I remember that. The aces versus aces hands. See if Ari goes for more value here on the river. I do like a bet here. On this type of board, Yacht Club is going to have to call with a lot of these pairs against a lot of missed overcard type hands, missed backdoor draws, etc.
Not that I'm like some huge hotshot, but you never know.
Yeah, definitely kind of a tough spot here. Spades brick out, especially when that bottom card does pair. It's one less set that are fewer combinations of pocket 4s that Ari could have. So this is a very, very tough spot.
Not a ton of hands here for value for Ari, and he knows it, which is why he's betting. He could even get hands like ace high to call here occasionally. So I really like a bet here. Very difficult to play against. And Yacht Club has probably not as much experience against a player like Ari, and what he's been seeing tonight is him playing a lot of hands. Does make the discipline lay down. Very nice. Well played by both players. Yeah, Yacht Club's really showing his chops here today. Making a lot of big hands, but not giving it back when he makes second best hands. So very well played.
Recipe for success. Get it in when you are ahead and fold the second best hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I always tell Cashman, you don't want to fold when you've got the check mark.
You could have won that
Big skill to have.
You mean?
Well, if it was aces, German style.
Yeah, that aces hand was actually very interesting.
Yeah,
that run out.
The run out and the bet sizings.
Yeah,
all about it.
Yeah, it's such a terrible board for aces and a 4-bet pot. So it was nice to see them both navigate it.
250. You ever been out there? I haven't really been out there during this series. Have you ever been out there during this series?
Kenny's been pretty card dead lately. He's getting in here with a suited connector. Dong's in no mood to fold. This hand doesn't flop very well, so he goes with the 3-bet instead.
And this is kind of what Dong does best, right? He kind of just senses out who may not be as comfortable at B6 and just attacks them, right? Like he's not going to use his holding against like Kyle or JD, but maybe players like Yacht Club or Wolfgang. Nothing on them. It's just maybe they're ones that not playing these stakes that often.
Yeah, I mean when you're taking shots at bigger games, someone like Dong is gonna target you with large sizings, put you in a lot of very difficult spots. I would have liked to see it continue there with the suited variety of Ace-Jack. It does flop very well, and it plays really well in position against a player like Dong. Does decide to get out of the way. Can't really blame him. Dong went for a very large sizing, so a fold is fine as well.
Yeah, and the nightmare scenario, right, is if you do hit your ace, if you do hit your jack, it not being good against those overpairs or the better ace X holdings that Donk would have there.
Yeah, that's why I think position would put me over the edge there, but all those points are very well taken as well.
Basically.
Yeah, position is one of the more important parts of poker. You get extra information and have the ability to control the action.
Yeah, when you think it's important in No Limit, my goodness. I've been finding in PLO, it is so important.
Even more so in PLO, for sure.
Yeah, well, the number of pots you can just win by just playing in position and just betting at it, it's almost like tenfold the No Limit, right? It's just because their hands are just so nutted a lot of the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to get value from out of position in PLO because ranges are much more polarized on the river. So you have to do a lot more leading from out of position, more so than in No Limit.
Yeah,
You're gonna have a lot of more donk leads in PLO.
That's something I've actually been struggling with the past month is getting used to doing that because it's just so unnatural for me playing mainly No Limit. 2 cards. It's just like, oh, I'm like actually supposed to donk lead here into 7 players because it's just
instead of going for the check raise like you might in a No Limit game. A lot of times you'll go for the lead.
I was 1 jack off. Waiting for their Tony Award.
I've never heard that one.
On to the next hand here. Over 100 hands have been dealt on our last stream tonight. And Ari finally getting a premium here. Wait.
Were you waiting for
Oh, I guess he's in the straddle. He's in the $100 straddle with queens, I think.
Oof.
So let's
Ari's been getting a lot of big hands tonight.
See if anyone can give him some action here. Dong.
Not in the mood for folding right now. Ari's going to come in for a 3-bet here. I don't expect Dong to fold.
He might just not even feel it.
Oh man, is he over it? Nope.
He is over it.
Looks like he's coming in for a call. Oh no, he raised 6,300. Wow, and they are deep. Yeah, this is going to be another big pot. Very unlucky with his timing tonight.
Already 12K in the middle here. 2 Pikachus in there.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
This is gonna be. Yeah. Let's see if he can win this pot.
Wow, and I mean, there's already SPR is almost won already. With Dong betting out 6K here.
Yeah, well, that would be going into the turn. So there is still plenty of play left.
Right.
That is a pretty large sizing in a 4-bet pot. You can usually go for a little smaller and then size up on the turn. But he's setting up for very aggressive turn and river plays here.
Oh man, this is going to be interesting here.
Yeah, I don't think he can go away for 1 bet. Let's see if he can keep the pressure up on the turn. He's been unlucky with his timing tonight, but
picks up equity as well.
Yeah, especially picking up the equity. I am surprised to see him slow down. Let's see if he can go for the play on the river. Oh yeah, so it's only a half SPR. I think Dong just said king high. I wonder if his hand was read wrong again. So that would make a lot of sense why he didn't go for the bluff there.
Yeah, it was like, if he did have the 8-6, we would have thought he put in the jam on the turn there, right?
Yeah, I bet he would have. So that actually makes a lot more sense.
That's why my red's 4K.
I'm wondering what's going on with the readers here tonight. Could be a combination of a multitude of things.
Yep. Sometimes when you're dealing with technology, you just gotta chug along.
$100 straddle going to continue here tonight.
Positive aura from like my living space too. You know, like I want to go to the pool. I want to have like a dog park. I want to, you know.
Again, if all our viewers out there, if y'all been enjoying Danny commentating me here tonight, make sure you hit that like button. I know I've been enjoying my time here with Danny, and I hope you have too, Danny.
Love hanging out with you, Derek. Talking some poker.
For sure.
A lot of good fun.
They may break them.
Where's the like counter? Oh, it's viewers. We got
you can
277. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, great view count here tonight. My phone's like
Dice
really
Man
low
just
battery.
liked and sub 5 minutes ago.
It's
Thanks,
just-
buddy.
It's very clean.
Doesn't want me to get fired. I really appreciate
You don't
it.
want money. I agree with that guy.
Looks like we got about over 120 likes actually. So
Awesome.
pretty
Love to
good
see
showing
it.
so far. So, but there's about 20 plus minutes left in our stream. Let's try to get that like number up to about 150 by the end of the stream, and I'd be really happy with that.
Yeah, let's get a late wave here of likes. Smash it.
Appreciate you liking and subscribing, Dice Man.
Got a sugar daddy like Dom.
For any of our viewers that are local to the North Texas area, I highly recommend you check out this room. For any info regarding the card house, go to texascardhouse.com and click on the Dallas location. And if you have any immediate questions, you can throw them in the live stream chat, and I'll do my best to answer them if you have any questions.
We knew each other all the time.
Justin says, like and share stream. Thank you so much.
I don't care. I'm just trying to look out for you. All right. You guys know each other.
We needle each other when we're up too. Like, oh man, Steven's up. I guess he's gonna leave.
Got to give a special shout out actually to my fiance Lauren for actually dropping me off for work this morning and then pick me up tonight because my car is currently in the shop still.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
Got to keep this man working.
Yeah, appreciate it.
To be fair, the first time I met Steven, I didn't even know him.
Unfortunately, she's probably going to do that with me for the rest of the week because I thought my car was going to be ready tomorrow, but I called them today and they're like, nope, it's not going to be ready until the end of the week.
And then I see him in Chicago.
Any chance we can keep the stream and actually going an extra hour?
Was it talking shit that first time we played? Yeah.
Probably not. Probably.
He hasn't forgotten.
No. Like, it's cool.
So Justin says he used to live in Dallas. Where do you live now?
Who to do it to and who not to do it to.
But I'm trying to remember. Because I remember also, like, winning a big pot off you. And,
If we get to 500
I was
likes,
like just punting hard, and you're like,
we will continue the stream.
Sure, yeah.
Might get fired for that.
You're like just
Oh well.
sticking to the stride.
No, like I'm all for it. If we somehow get 500 likes and we have like 1,000 viewers, we have to continue.
Yeah. Or if you guys donate $10,000 to Super Chat. So those are your options.
Danny's soliciting our viewers now.
500 likes,
I
$10,000.
took my girl to Kasama.
Do you want to make it too good?
Or if Daniel Dunn decides to sit in the game.
We raised 700.
No, we haven't done the
Justin's
dinner,
in
we just did
Michigan
breakfast.
now. I know they
It's
have
really good.
some
There,
casinos
like,
in
cash
Detroit, the MGM. I always hear about big Bad Beat jackpots there.
And then
And speaking of Bad Beat jackpots, I believe there's one going on at TCH Dallas right now.
Great segue, Danny, and I'll get into that right after this hand. It's all coming naturally, Danny.
I got this, guys. Don't worry. But we have aces here for Kenny. And Don coming in for the 4-bet over the aces.
And I mean, I'm loving the aggression here from Don.
Oh no, Kenny was the one to 4-bet, and then Don called.
when they ask for recommendations.
Fortunate timing here.
Yeah, and Kenny flops the entire board dead. So it's going to be hard to extract value here. But nonetheless, it's nice to make some big hands.
I mean, next in New York,
Nice to take one down.
Yeah, we just as Danny was saying, we are currently running a Bad Beat jackpot here at TCH, which spans all our locations across Texas. Currently, the qualifying hand is quad deuces, losing to a straight flush at $40,000. So tomorrow, which gets very exciting, it's going to go up to $41,000. And then aces full of kings can be beat by quads, and then quads can now be by quads tomorrow. So that's when it gets, that's when the chance really has happened for a lot of our players.
If you guys want a share of a $40,000 Bad Beat jackpot, come play here at TCH Dallas.
Or any of our TCH locations.
Any TCH location. Come to Texas.
And if you're just clocked in at any of them while the Bad Beat gets hit, you just get a free $100. And
Easy.
I've fortunately been playing in the room twice when it's happened.
I know that the stream game has been going before when it's hit, and I remember they ran around and gave everybody $100 up at the stream table. Very funny.
350. It's not a good chip though.
And I want to give another special shout out to Wolfgang Poker. Really appreciate him hopping in our stream today. For those of you that don't know, he is running a special live stream down there on Thursday, April 20th at 6 p.m. 5:10 live stream. And the very next day, the very next evening, from 7 p.m. to midnight, is the Wolfgang meetup game. That's right, it's our Texas Card House location down in Houston, 6100 Westheimer Road, Suite 142.
All right. If you want to play with your favorite content creator, come join Wolfgang.
Run.
Thanks, appreciate that.
100% stake at 10% markup.
Perfect. What a great deal. You drive a hard bargain, Diceman, but how can I say no to that?
You know, I've kind of dabbled with the idea of doing like a, because I've talked to David about it, and I don't know if he can even get the funds for it, but doing some kind of giveaway where we get like a viewer a min buy-in into the Tuesday stream. Like how sick would that be? Right? But they have to play the entire stream, and then whatever they cash out at the end of the stream, they get to keep.
Yeah, that reminds me of a couple formats. I don't know if you remember the Poker Stars show back in the day.
Loose Cannon?
A Loose Cannon,
Yeah,
where they did that similar idea. And then, I don't know if you kept up with the news, but a girl did that in the big game over at the Lodge in Austin, where she bought in for 1,000 into their big game and like ran it up to over 10,000 before unfortunately losing it back.
Oh,
but it was definitely a lot of fun to watch that little run. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. It'd be very fun. Maybe it'd be easier to do it into like the Wednesday game, so it's not quite as much money.
Sure. Like a $1,500 buy-in into
yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Or the min, whatever.
Yeah,
the min
whatever
buy-in
the min is. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, Tuesday is a little a little rough. So.
Yeah, let's get some of these chat pros in there.
Or it could even be to the point where like you maybe it's like a two-parter. You raffle a chance to play in like a sit and go, and then whoever wins the sit and go gets to play into that stream. Yeah, I mean a bunch of different ideas.
Well, just so you all know, if and when I win the WSOP main event this year and have millions of dollars, I will be doing all sorts of fun giveaways like that. I will buy a lucky fan into the Tuesday game.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see you on the final table.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to it.
If you make the final table, I will fly down. I will fly to Vegas.
Oh yeah, I'm flying all y'all down. We're gonna have a rowdy rail.
Could you imagine how many people would be in that group if like a TCH player makes the final table?
Oh yeah, yeah, and we've had some close calls. I see a lot of Texas players down there.
Yeah, Bar made a good run last year.
Our very own Brian had a really deep run a couple years back as well. He plays a lot of the Tuesday and Wednesday streams.
Oh, Brian Green?
No, can't think of his last name right now. Brass Monkey.
Oh,
Brian
yeah. He got like top 50 or something, right? Yeah.
Somewhere around there. It was in the 50s or 60s. I remember that.
After the stream, you guys want to keep it 25-51?
I think that was 2 years ago.
I know it was a 6-figure score or something like that. So I mean, it has to be in the top 100 at least.
You're into the 120.
And that's the I couldn't imagine that feeling, right?
Nothing new through him at all, but I can't stop thinking. Like,
when you get to the point in the tournament where you can see all the tables remaining, that's how you know you're running deep, right? Like you're just looking around and that's all. The whole room is empty, but the 5 tables.
Especially in that tournament. I mean, there's just so many people to start.
Have you ever seen their money?
I can only imagine how exciting that was.
It's really cool.
That's where his name comes from.
What?
That's where his name comes from.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was up for the other dollar.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. Yep.
Was the loose cannon the thing where that guy folded aces or something, and like Elke would have made quads, or Elke made quads or something like that?
Oh, you are Vietnamese.
I think he's seen the currency.
I thought Italian.
Getting close to the end of our stream. If you hit that like button, please hit the like button. Helps the channel out a bunch.
It was like a random name.
Not much.
We've been listening to Danny and Derek for the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
Hope we're not boring y'all too much.
It makes a lot of sense now.
But
You drive a hard bargain with your Wednesday, but I'm in. Hey, just because it's a Wednesday game doesn't. I mean, that game gets pretty crazy, as Danny could probably attest to. It's typically it plays 5, 10, 25, and typically has the $50 straddle on.
Yeah, come join us tomorrow, same time for our 5, 10, and quarter game. Again, a lot of action, a lot of fun characters. Join us tomorrow on YouTube.
Yeah, if you've been enjoying Danny's commentary here tonight, you'll probably enjoy his play a lot more watching him on our 5, 10, quarter game. Battle with our favorite regulars.
You can see me punch off tomorrow after all this big talk today.
Are they doing another mystery millions at the World Series? Because Nick Gutierrez says he'll be out in early June to play the Event 3 mystery millions.
Yep, that's actually going on at the same time as the Tournament Champions. That's also one of the first events. Although there's many flights, so I think it'll span out over a little while.
So fucking beautiful, so nice. Like high mountains, not high mountains, but like marble mountains, like surrounded by lakes. Like took mopeds, just drove around, like stop on the on the side of the highway, get like fresh fruit smoothie for like $2, under $2.
Sounds like they're talking about Moab.
The thing about it, if you ever order smoothies there, make sure not to get sugar, because on top of like your pure like fruit juice, they just fucking put like 5 scoops of sugar in there. So you have to learn how to say no sugar in Vietnamese. And like condensed milk too, which is like a lot of sugar.
Definitely not Moab if they're saying Vietnamese.
It was supposed to be me and like a bunch of buddies, but ended up everyone like flaked in Thailand. It was me and like one of my best friends.
Oh, you're already in Thailand then? More people.
Well, I was meeting up with them in Thailand because I didn't have like all that time to do Thailand before.
Geez, how long were they? Like the longest?
Consider going for a little bit of value there on the river. I definitely think it's a close spot. Does decide to check back, and nice hand for Moneymaker.
We went to Da Nang after, and then Hoi An. Hoi An is really cool. And then
JD up $43,000. A very nice car.
What a night for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys typically play for cars and can play for houses.
There was a lot of, like, I don't think it's
I guess I shouldn't say house. Maybe a down payment on a house.
Yeah, 40,000 will be a nice down payment for a house.
3 weeks.
Oh, cool. Like recently?
No.
While everyone is sharing Dong's dough. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to feel for him though. He has had a lot of really tough, cooler spots tonight.
No, I didn't have enough time. Like my
flush
friend
over flush against
there,
Kyle.
I just
Good
didn't have enough
example of
time to
that.
do it.
Cashman making an appearance in the chat.
Ho Chi Minh's for sure.
Says your friendship is over with him. I guess he's catching up on the stream.
Wow.
It's hard because like
Even after all
so
those
my girl does work
compliments,
remote, so we can't
Cashman,
travel,
that's
but,
it. You're dead to me.
Like obviously
Go
she
back
can't
to
work,
school.
but, like, you know, during like when everyone's sleeping, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like when
Yeah.
it's literally like the reverse
Cashman
time.
needed to be
So-
reminded that you're not supposed to fold when you have a
it's like-
check mark
so she
next to
couldn't
your
come,
name.
you know. So
I
it's
think
like-
I think I know what hand you're talking about.
I think he forgot about that one night.
But it was still really cool. I think.
But we reminded
next
him, and he
I'd
came
really
back
much
stronger than
prefer to
ever.
bring her and just us have like a couple months. So like really just.
Hope you're doing all right, Chris. I imagine he's out there somewhere just waiting to get into this game.
Cambodia.
I don't play that.
Thanks for joining us, Chris. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's ready to jump in here soon. Yeah, this game continues usually all night, or at least into the evening hours. If you guys want to play some high-stakes poker, come to TCH and get on the list.
It's pretty cool.
TCH is one of the 7 winners.
There you go.
In my book. This place. This is one of the new 7 winners. That's what Chris Moneymaker thinks.
I think that's a fair statement there from Wolfgang.
Is there a way to get it so it can handle like 3 and 4 blinds, so it knows it's a straddle instead of under the gun?
I think we've brought that up before to
You don't need to. If you go to Cambodia,
the creator of the software.
Things to do in Cambodia, and you'll be #1 on the list.
It will.
But I guess it's not a
It's on the
priority.
fly.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got to get used to the action.
I'll write it down.
Sometimes it's unclear who's in position.
This one here?
This one, yeah.
I think it looks like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, this one.
The other hand has 400 on it.
Oh, shit.
Looks like, is that a $200 straddle?
I guess so. I mean, It is standard rule here in Dallas. You could do 2x to 5x.
Cool. I'm
blind
gonna
for the
set
straddle.
yours down too.
We'll go for the 4x straddle here.
Slow night here for Mr. Delivery. Let's see if he can pick something up in the straddle, the super straddle.
I bet it wasn't me. I bet it wasn't.
Ari here with a decent spot to squeeze.
That was like whiplash.
Trying to calculate his sizing.
Thank you for your service.
Does decide to go with the flat. Again, ace-jack does make a good calling hand. One issue with squeezing is you make all of the hands you dominate fold. So this will allow him to get a little bit more value on ace-high flops. One of the arguments for 3-betting, or squeezing that is that the hand is multi-way, and so trying to get the pot heads up or take it down pre-flop can add a lot of value as well. So I think either play is fine occasionally. Does decide to go with flat.
Fuck, man. I fucked up that hand so bad.
You can ask.
Kenny flops top pair, and looks like he's going to take it down.
Nice hand, Ken.
My grandfather used to tell me that multi.
You have 5 high beat?
Rather than talking about straddle.
No? Nice bet then.
Do what?
Nice bet then. Got me off the best hand.
Oh, no.
It's been a great stream so far. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
You had 5 high.
Don't go anywhere though. We've had some massive pots in the past. The last few hands of the stream.
Suggestion down, Steven.
I think one day we had a 50K pot, literally the last hand of the stream.
Like a Navy brat.
So definitely stay tuned. Anything could happen here.
Absolutely.
I worked at a school store when I was in college. And these old guys always trying to get their pool.
Yeah, Casper, I warned him not to let me in the booth, but they let me back here anyway.
He's like, I can't get this bolt out. He's like, oh, make sure you don't trigger line back in the house. And like, he's like, look at me, like, what is that? Catch him up guard every time.
Well, I should have listened to you, Dan. You're just an absolute worst, just the rudest person, not giving anything, and no insightful commentary. Just
You guys got nice chairs back here, though, so that's cool.
No, it's been great, Danny, and I'm really glad you were able to do this, and look forward to doing this in the future.
Absolutely. Anytime you guys need some help, I'm here for you.
Would you ever be interested in doing like a tournament? Final table?
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, as long as I'm not too busy, just feel free to ask.
Cool. Yeah, because I know you've been really kind of diving into the tournament streets, and I think a lot of people really appreciate your insightful commentary on that.
Yeah, a lot of my studying lately has been more for the 10 to 30 or 40 big blind stack range. So it's definitely a lot different than this game, but it's nice to kind of be able to go back and forth. Deep stack strategy has always been my favorite, and where I started poker. So I played 100 big blind poker forever before playing anything else. That's all you could buy in on the online games back in the day.
I mean, when I first started playing live poker, that's all that was available for me too. Was 1-2 200 cap, 1-3 300 cap, and 2-5 500 cap.
So a very similar spot as last time with Ari with the ace-10, and this time he does decide to squeeze. Again, very multi-way, so a lot of dead money in the pot, a lot of value in taking down the pot pre-flop, and also has blocked some of the strongest hands.
Look at these hands, man. There's already 5,000 in the middle here.
Yeah, it does get called in 2 spots, very light.
Release the reservations on the beginning of every month, and then it books out, and you can't get it.
I haven't heard it.
Got the ace of hearts here and second pair. You could go either way. You don't have as much to protect against with the backdoor heart draw. So I do like a check here for pot control and keep your opponent's ranges a little bit wider. And now he's more likely to be able to get value on future cards. I think he can be pretty confident he's got the best hand and just trying to get the showdown. Nice hand to Ari.
Got a nice comment here from Travis Brown. It's really nice hearing Danny talk theory tonight.
Well, thanks for joining us, Travis. Poker's a very hard game, very complex, so it's fun to try to figure it out in real time with you guys. I definitely don't get it right every time, but it's nice to watch these top players play poker.
And how about that, right? What, 4 hours ago, Ari was down 10K. He is now up 10K. So look at him in battle back. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's been a real pleasure watching Ari. Thanks for joining us, Ari, in these Dallas games. Clearly, he knows what he's doing, and it's been fun watching him navigate. He actually reminds me a lot of Steven when he plays Mr. Delivery. But Mr. Delivery has been very card dead today, so I guess we've been able to watch it through Ari instead.
Yeah, I had a fun little comment here from Christopher Cashman. It says, post-stream game on days like this is always next level. Dong is so tough and always has a shot at getting it back. I'm sure we'll play until the sun comes up.
Absolutely. Like, he could easily be a winner when all is said and done. So he is used to these swings. He can handle it.
So I think we got a few more hands here until the last flip of the night. So if you want to throw any last-minute shout-outs here in the live stream chat, throw it in there. Or if you have any last-minute questions for Danny or I.
And congratulations to Kimmy. She is a point fish, and she finally hit a good roll with her points. So her bankroll is up to 141 TCH loyalty points. Congratulations, Kim.
That's a good point there from Tyler. Who do y'all think is going to win this $500 flip from these players? So Ari won the first one, right? I didn't know.
Yeah, we missed the second one. You know,
let's give it to Dong. You know, let Dong win one here.
I kind of think Kenny's going to get it. He's been a little card dead. He's joining us. He needs some of that new stream run good. Kenny still wins on the night, though. Very nice little comeback there. A lot of players up small.
I've heard of 10. You go to 10. I've heard of 10. You'll like that. Got recommended it by another foodie.
You know, some of my friends like to say, Dong is throwing the party tonight. But, you know, don't count him out just yet. I'm sure things can change quite considerably post-stream.
Yeah, some nights, you know, all the spots you choose, your opponent ends up having top of range. There's multiple ways to run bad, and that includes just always running into the top of range. Sometimes you don't even get to see it. It's not just about, you know, losing showdowns when you're ahead or behind. There's a lot of hidden run good, and clearly he's just running into really bad spots all night. But he's not done yet. He's going to put in a nice squeeze here with the ace-queen. Still time to make it back.
I love a good restaurant that makes October.
Yeah. I went to this Korean, this like barbecue place down in Deep Ellum. What was it called? They're like Wagyu and you cook it yourself kind of stuff. It was good.
So it looks like Ari is defending with the 10 in his hand. He could definitely have 10s, suited 10 jack, 10-9 type hands, ace-10 suited type hands. So it's nice to try to kind of figure out what they have just by watching and not getting any of that extra information. Shows you how difficult it is.
With the mermaid, right?
And yeah, based on the bet call, I would imagine him to have 10s most of the time. And I just got word that is in fact what he does have. So
Dong does give up on the turn and river in. All right, we'll take it down here.
And these are all the spots that Dong is losing tonight, where there are coin flip situations where he just can't get there. So you got to feel for him. Nice hand by Ari. Well played.
And as we close out the stream here, we do want to make sure we try to hit that like button. It helps the channel out a bunch. We give free content every single week, 5 days a week. Hope you all enjoy all the live stream content that we bring here on TCH Live. It looks like they're going to do a $500 PLO flip to end the night.
All right. Get back 4.5K real quick, or 4K.
Yep. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, thanks again for joining us and chatting along with us. So it's a lot of fun with the chat, interacting with all the fans. Love having you guys hang out with us on this Tuesday evening. And remember, join us tomorrow night, same time, for another high stakes game.
It is dead.
Well, Danny, it's been a pleasure commentating here for the past 4 hours. Really appreciate you hopping in last minute, like I said earlier. Really hope to do it again with you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, buddy.
Let's see who wins the flip
Yeah,
here.
one of the benefits of living so close. I
Yeah.
can be here in 5 minutes. Thanks, Kimmy.
I don't like everyone having my house.
Yeah, I was excited to hear that it was with you. I knew it'd be a lot more comfortable and easy. Very easygoing.
Two pairs.
Let's see
Any
here.
diamonds?
I think delivery.
Boat and flush. Yeah, Mr. Delivery is the
flip king.
The flip king for sure.
Yeah, I think I literally saw in the chat earlier. Dunn
Yeah.
said that, yeah, Steven runs pure in flips.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks like delivery's going to win the flip here, profiting 4K on this last flip. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time for our 5-10 in the quarter game. Danny will be playing at that along with a lot of our regular Dallas players. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and y'all have a great rest